Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our continuing series of recording whatever we can in the original Mario Maker before servers go down on the 8th of April, which currently is in 24 days. Team 0% reports that 2 first clears remain up for grabs. One of them is Trimming the Herbs, which has been the major holdout for some weeks and looks to be the last one standing. The other one is an NSMBU level, the last dance. We've been seeing lots of those 2 levels being streamed in this category in the last few days, of course, but we'll be doing something quite different. Will be day 2 of our look at levels by RagnarokX. And we just finished yesterday by getting the 5th clear, actually, on Less Spiny Tinkling Fortress, as well as I think maybe the 11th or 12th clear on Spiny Tinkling Fortress, which it's nearly identical, but with a couple of corners shaved off here and there, and we managed to get that much faster than I expected, given the clear rate on them. So we'll be heading into some of the content that really kind of broke out in popularity. Do It Stink, welcome. Yesterday, near the end of the stream, when we did have the Maker join us for most of it, he was telling me that Temple of the Golden Donut was kind of a breakout in popularity because it was featured on the Game Grumps YouTube channel. So that's the one we'll be beginning with today. I have played many of these levels before years and years ago, but we don't have the clear flags and stars because after a certain number of years or a certain number of levels, I think a lot of those records drop off, as we've seen with many makers that have featured already. I know I played this one at some point, but all I remember is that there was lots of explosive screen shake all over the place. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. So it'll be a pretty fresh experience, I think, and so we'll get in here and take a look at Temple of the Golden Donut, and almost certainly have enough time to wrap up the rest of this profile today, and we'll see if we have time for more after that. Let's play. Okay, look at this arrow over here. Notice that the starting arrow is completely disguised by semi-solids, and that we also have semi-solids here. RagnarokX, as we know, is somebody who really loved maximizing the use of semi-solid tiling in the original game. That is no longer possible in Maker 2. Oh, whoops. So, oh, something up here. Let's not die immediately, though. We'll go up and check that in a moment, but we want to explore the layout just a little bit here first. Yeah, that looks like it's definitely the bonus section up top, perhaps a secret up top. And that's... you're generally perhaps encouraged to head down instead. We just need to watch our head here. The seams are pretty visible on the semi-solids, indicate when we can in fact progress. Oh, this is actually exit only. Don't tell me I trapped myself up here. No, of course not. Yeah, so this might just be the standard entrance looking at it. Let's just take a look here. And this is another quasi-arrow shape. And yeah, that is actually just the standard entrance. So I wonder what is up with that other pipe that was at the start. Possibly there will be some doubling back involved, but that didn't seem to lead anywhere, so let's just proceed. Okay, forward we go. And here's the key. Pretty clear that we're going to activate something when we get within the key, and... oh yeah, there's a block there that's going to activate POW, isn't it? And then... here we go. Flops are going to drop. Column is going to drop. Oh, let's watch out for that skewer. I didn't realize there was lava there. We're at a checkpoint, so we don't need to redo the intro sequence. Notice there was that pipe on the other side as well. Yeah, this is the screen shake I remember. The level I can't say I recall much about, but 1 coin out of 3. And this looks like another Thwomp column for sure. Can we actually go up this? Let's check it. Just a little bonus section up here. Almost within range of the shake effect up top. And there was so much screen shake in the spiny level we did yesterday as well. You'd think we'd be used to it by now, but... yeah, because you have these blaster columns on either side. You have what looks like a pipe that will eventually clear out over on the right over there, but I don't know if that's just something purely aesthetic. That'll be match or something else later. Notice this brick as well. I don't think that's anything necessarily. Alright, let's do it. Notice a star here in the temple as well. I think maybe we'll loop back around and grab the star at some point, or maybe that'll be the illusion of returning to the same room. And yeah, we've checked that area with Swamp before. We're missing every shot on this guy. Yeah, so if you can see the bridge here, you can tell when one of these is going to drop, and then we do have to ride out the raft afterwards. Grab the shroom, and then here's another location for a Thwomp to come down and give me access to... oh, maybe not. I guess we'll have to wrap back down here afterwards, if we can remember which column we're aiming for later, if we go up top. Yeah, we'll just have to go up top and go left, probably. That's the point. Classic Mario warp zone logic. Yeah, it's going to be up here for sure, I think. Oh. Oh, I was trying to spin jump out of that swamp, and we just kept missing. Yeah, it was in the middle of that swamp collision. We were trying to get on top of the spin. Clearly, we're supposed to get on top of the spin and then go left for the coin that we saw in that location. I have to love all the decorative elements in this, too. These columns that are made with all the mushroom platform stacking. It's a very appealing level. If only we could look at it straight on without, you know, having to get out the barf bags or something. But it's alright. Let's make our way over and push this guy in the face. Yeah, so this will be the one we paneled it again. And of course, on the way down, we'll have to be careful with that drop. Unless we're at a range enough that we can respawn the swamp or something. And, yeah, instead of trying to wall jump this, let's just do it this way. Everything's breaking down. Oh! Didn't think about that guy. Down we go. And this guy. Grab a mushroom that will be good for most purposes. Not so much for falling in lava, of course. But let's just drop down here. Let the Podoboo do its business. Whoa. Oh, it is a progressive power flower. I was wondering about that. That'll simplify things somewhat. When it comes to sledge warfare. Well, for a moment anyway. And then let's spin on top of the swamp and just ride it up. And yeah, we know we're going to go left over here, and we have to watch our feet. Ah, yes, so there is a donut drop over here. Hence, Temple of Golden Donut. Anyway, let's keep going. Is there something up here? No, we've already gone up that column. And okay, managed to block this guy. We got 2 keys. Did see 2 key doors up top. Just wanted to check that in case. Let's drop this guy again. And in we go. Now, if you got up to that point without a key... No, that's not possible, because you did have to get the key in order to activate anything to begin with, if you're getting over here. What happens when we try to hit block the POW again? No, this block has already been activated once, of course. Hence why there's no checkpoint since that point. as the state is preserved. Actually... Oh, actually, I didn't see what would have blown this up at some point. I guess this was blocked off with a blaster column previously. It is the same room. Yeah, because there's some spawn blocking tech all over the place. We noticed this brick up here, for instance, so that was destroyed off screen when all of the destruction came down earlier. I think so, unless this is just, you know, faking the equivalent room. But anyway, we're going to take the key door over here, and we're going to get a propeller in the Golden Donut. Alright, we'll take it. Maybe some kind of NSMB Wii style escape will befall us. Ah yes, okay, so there's a checkpoint over here. This is meant to evoke exiting the temple on this end, but will the propeller get me anything useful? Well, not that we got a chance to see it. If there's some kind of bonus with propeller, we might actually do this one a second time. And then, oh yeah, okay, propeller just gets you up to the flag, I'm sure. Or maybe gets you above the flag. We'll see. Can you actually reverse through this? Oh, well, not if somebody's poking out of it, obviously. Yeah, you can, but why would you? And yeah, that's the room in its initial state, so is why that checkpoint placement exists. You can see that the HOW down below just thumping its way over. Oh, you know what? We could have made that, I bet. I mean, with the propeller, we could have just sailed right over it. Now, is this a timed element, or do we actually need to... Yeah, it's totally timed. There is a semi-solid above the final area, as if that was a landing point for going over the flag with a propeller. I guess we'll get the clear, since we have to redo it anyway, and then possibly we'll take a second look with a propeller finish, since this is fairly quick. So yeah, let's take a look again. Just one moment. Okay, now... Yeah, we'll just redo this quickly for the propeller run. And, oh yeah, we missed a mushroom earlier, that's okay. We know that we're just going to grab the mushroom at checkpoint anyhow. So yeah, it is the actual room, as we know from the first checkpoint flag, as well as the block and the POW. Oh, whoops. Let's not drop in that way, though. Okay, just let this column follow everything down, and we'll just go for each coin once again to try to get the propeller clear. And yeah, with the propeller, we should try to go over the flag to touch the right side. I probably should have checked the what we now call the more info layout to see if there actually was anything useful there ahead of time, but just out of curiosity. Let's grab this one more time. We've been generally thorough about secrets and optional content, but we do miss a few things every now and then. And yeah, we'll just let that cut everything, and then... Oh, we totally could have just used the fire flower here. Let's just let this go. We know there's another one over here. Oh, missed me that time. And let's head on up. and down. Okay, now let's continue this way. Flank him for the stylish kill. And then we've got both keys in hand, which means that we just need to ride this up. Yeah. Pretty accessible spectacle level, all things considered. Yeah, that's just a respawning vine block on either side. Thought I'd check. Anyway, let's grab the propeller here. Sapphire, welcome. Was there actually anything that was going to happen if I waited here a bit longer? I couldn't quite tell. No, it's just the effect on either side. Okay. So we're going to try to go over the flag rather than touching it. Let's try to keep the piranha, though. Over to the one-way gate over here. Oh, okay. So... oh, it looks like there is kind of something. Let's see. Nope. Nothing. Okay. That's just part of the mechanism. Alright, well, I'll lose a chance to go over the flag here anyway, so... but I was thinking that the semi-solid on the other side was a bit suspicious. That's okay, we'll just duck out of here and continue. I'll take a look at the overall layout, just to see if maybe there was anything to the right of the flag. Maker 1, of course, does this thing where you kind of fall into the flag if you're within about a tile and a half of it, as we discovered the hard way when we missed some other secrets. But yeah, as we can see, the semi-solids up top actually were just sealed off, I believe. That's okay. Let's keep going. Okay, 8 minutes, 5 numbers, 1 code. I've been looking forward to showing off this one. This is a level I remember quite well. It's kind of an iconic puzzle level in the first game. I believe it was actually the only level that was ever given a solo video feature on Steve Gaming's channel, in fact, because you know, the mechanism stood out so much at the time that this was uploaded back in May 2016. On RagnarokX's profile in Maker 2, there are actually multiple sequels to this level that are made in various game styles, and they actually didn't get very much attention, I believe, when they were first uploaded, so they're definitely worth a play for those of you who do have access to Maker 2, which I'm sure is practically everybody who didn't actively boycott it from their experience in Maker 1 at this point on this channel. So let's take a look at 8 minutes, 5 numbers, 1 code. So yeah, I don't remember some of the specifics of each room, but I do recall the overall structure. And notice too this very tangled arrow at the beginning here. And we'll enter the mansion as Link. We'll be sure not to try to shield bump everything. And so yeah, 8 numbers and 1 code at some point. So if you bop each of these, then they open up some mechanisms, and I believe that, yeah, these are all vine blocks that respawn, of course, or rather reload when you get back in here, so right now that's not going to do anything until you have a better idea of the solution. So you come into the central pipe, and you've got this sort of clock structure here with question blocks and spinies, where at the, well, we won't want to spoil it too much for people who haven't seen it, but basically with the spinies in conjunction with these question blocks that has big spinies they can destroy, we're going to reveal some information. So let's go left first of all. And yeah, left you see 4 branches that match up to 4 directions, and so we'll do each of them probably just in anti-clockwise order. And so we'll enter this segment, and over here we'll be able to just climb down and launch something. Well, just launch that over. A lot of these launching setups don't work the same way in Maker 2 either, in terms of how the collisions are structured. Oh, and then we have a Chomp right over there. The Chomp will very courteously just unload that spring for us. And here, we just knock this out, and it's going to erase that. And if we go back here, pipe stacking is going to return us to the hub world, where currently we need to go back in to see what has happened. So yeah, as you can see, we have revealed the number 3 because of the spiny eliminating everything. And so now we're going to just proceed to the left again and go around a dial. Now, of course, if you don't finish this within the time limit, you would just have to remember the solutions that you have revealed, or possibly even take notes. This is a nice little unstacking that happens here as well. Very similar to that accordion spring setup that we saw yesterday in one of the other levels. And yeah, these segments are relatively short in some cases, so we just need to limit them one by one. As you can see, this was the shared exit with the revealed number 3. And every time you just kind of come back in. And that gives you a number 1, which means that in the ordering puzzle, you probably just hit that one first. Then, come down here, open this. Notice, too, how these two gates are structured just to maximize the use of space in this level. That, you know, we went down this passage, but if we had pointed to the southwest position instead, then we would have been able to just continue through this passage here. So it's a very, very compact level. Really kind of making full use of that contiguity of space that we now associate so closely with Maker 1 in the days before Scroll Stop. And yeah, these are all segments that are individually pretty quick. And you just navigate your way through each of them, and then you would drop down to a shared exit once again. Now we're about halfway down the clock at this point. I mean, it's really expedited by the fact that I am already familiar with the concept and know exactly what to look for. But we'll go down here, and this time we'll do this segment. And again, we have that thwomp push. Yeah, this is similar to the NSMB level that we saw yesterday, where it was a very similar idea of getting the thwomp to just stomp on vines in position and give us a climbing platform, as long as we're kind of within cooldown. If the thwomp would kindly come over and pop this for me. And we're not precision jumping that, we're going to let it come over and hit. Yeah, same idea as that level we saw yesterday, and we knew from that NSMB level that, you know, some of the positioning for getting the thwomp to stomp on cooldown can be a little bit awkward, but kind of need to stand on the opposite side of it, and then within 2 tiles of activation range. There we go. There we go. That took entirely too long. And we will wrap our way over. I feel like that segment by itself is going to kill any ambition of trying to do this in a single segment attempt. But yeah, each of the individual segments is quite relaxed. There's not too much possibility of death unless you go out of your way for it. But as you can see, it goes 1, 2, and then... Oh, whoops. Hang on. Notice that the left side here was completely eliminated. There's no number. Because after all, it's 5 numbers, so we just need to reveal 5. We'll need to memorize at least some of this because we won't be redoing all of it. So it's going to be northwest, southwest, north. Yeah, we'll show off every segment anyway, even if we do reveal the code in advance. Yeah, same kind of gate mechanism as on the left side, as you can see. And then this time, though, it will make us deal with this chomp over here. But that's going to be fairly quick as well. And then, let's go back. I'm going to be down to 100 seconds at this point. Let's make sure we've read whether there is a number. And there is not. So we still need to reveal the 4-5 at some point. Let's try to do it relatively quickly. And yeah, it is going to be another little thwomp push here. Or rather, I think we need to move the thwomp over and lower it so that the spring comes down. There we go. And yeah, look at how this wraps you all the way down here. Given how the paths crisscross, it's pretty impressive that in the end, the sort of segment entrance that is being pointed to does match up to the exit. So here's number 4 over here. So we need to do southeast and south. Yeah. In some cases, very similar gating mechanisms on either side, as we saw. And look at all these clocks. Oh, because we need to shoot something. And then, there we go. Using this collision within 30 seconds or so that we have. Oh, look at this. There's a big ZR here in case you don't know how to get out of the car. On the Wii U gamepad, I have been using R instead. And here we go. Oh yes. Let's get out. We'll destroy that some other way. 9 seconds remains. Oh, let's check the number then. Let's see if we do need to reveal south. We do. So by elimination, of course, south is going to be in the bottom position. We don't have time, so we're just going to take a look at the southern path and then confirm the code. Which looks to be, as we're saying, northwest, southwest, north, east, and then south. And yeah, let's get in there. And we'll just show off the segment to reveal the 5. So yeah, if we hadn't gotten jammed on the thwomp segment for so long, I think we would have been able to show it all off in the allotted 8 minutes or so. But instead, we'll do this. And yes, actually very similar idea here, except now we need the thwomp to give us this one, and we'll climb it across. There we go. Yeah, we already know where this is going to lead, so if it would kindly hit a POW, there we go. And we'll show off the number 5 on the other end. Well, obviously punch through the gate in just a moment. 5, yep. And you've got this massive, what, 9-to-1 pipe stack. That's, I mean, I guess you can only stack maximum of 5, right? Or into the exit. Well, no, you can stack 5 pipes at a time, so you can have 5 separate exits, but then you, actually, that's quite a lot of... Oh, yeah, no, that's why there are just shared pipe exits in each segment, because you do have the maximum 5-to-1, so you compress the, effectively 9 different exits into 5 pipes instead, like, you know, 4x2 plus 1, I guess. Anyway, let's punch in the code. 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5. And there's the key. And pick a door, I guess. We got the left side, we got the right side. Maybe it'll be symmetrical. Either way. Oh! Yeah, I guess it would probably be a 2-to-1 pipe up there, and then that just finishes it. Regardless of which door you've chosen. Yeah, obviously the whole secret sauce to that one is the code mechanism. And rather straightforward if you know what you're doing. But definitely something that really kind of landed as quite a surprise for people when they first saw it, I think. Anyway, we haven't been going through the editor to show off some of the mechanisms on stream, but we'll possibly do some kind of special session with some of the levels I've wanted to show at some point to talk about that further. But let's go on for now to the Quilted Cell. Yeah, thank you so much for the GGs and for dropping by today, RagnarokX. And yeah, it's been quite some time since I've looked at this one, but it is definitely as I remember it. And here's the Quilted Cell, speaking of a lot of the semi-solid stacking that we've been talking about in previous levels. Once again, if you look at the tiling here, this one is one that is absolutely not possible in the restrictions that you have in Maker 2. The idea here, as I think, is that you can watch the stacking. I mean, you know, you can kind of simulate this concept in Maker 2, but definitely not as elegantly or easily in the editor. You can see that some of these are just based on overlaps here with the backgrounds, where if you don't see the bolts on the top corners, then you know you can't stand there. When you do see the bolts in the top corners, you can stand. And so you just need to look around and find where you're potentially able to go. Like that platform, you should be able to reach with enough momentum off the edge. There we go. And you just kind of navigate like this. But yeah, given the sort of height-based priority that happens in Maker 2, it's not nearly as doable a concept. Alright, let's take a look. Just need to try to scout out where the next exit was. Okay, that's the ending there already, but with the one tile exit there, we definitely need to find something to stand on. Let's come upstairs. I'm just trying to scout around a little bit to see whether there was something else in the maze here. Yeah, we could have landed on top of that. I think that's actually where we came from, though. Let me redo this a bit. Yeah, and then... oh, missed it. I mean, clearly the thing that this level really needs is the Golden Donut screen shake. Just to complete the effect. And... yeah, so land over here. We know that the whole bottom rung there is accessible. But is that the way to go? Let's see. Well, I think we just jump it here. We do see the exit. Then, yeah, and then we can just reach it that way. I was wondering if we would cleanly get into that one-tile entry, but that was a more generous landing than I perhaps expected. Remember the manual's 10 key points. I wish I still had my idea book. I was looking for it, and I have my box for the physical copy of Maker 1, but somehow the idea book had gone missing. I mean, I know it's available in a PDF, but it was always kind of a neat little Nintendo keepsake. Heart of Darkness. The horror. Anyway, I think going to have to deal with quite a lot of chumps here. I do remember playing this one originally as well. It's a level where chumps chase you all over the place. But we'll see, once more, exactly how that will take place. Okay. Not going to grab that shell, obviously. There is a auto-scroll here. Arf, arf, arf. Yeah, that's quite a neat little effect from the mechanism that is off-screen, of course, that you trigger on your way down. Kind of an interesting exercise in sound synchronization. Oops. Just to get this going. Anyway, we'll grab that. Yeah, basically, you know, you had the Koopa that was unshelled up top as you load into the level, and then the auto-scroll kind of keeps the pacing under control to get everything to work out. And you'll have a mushroom check here regardless, and yeah, as you can see, you send the unshelled Koopas walking forward. And when they walk forward, now on 2 separate tracks in this room, they create the sound effect accordingly. And just to really complete that sound mix of how we always saw Nintendo envision chomp behavior. I don't know exactly when this whole notion of chomps as dogs really started out, whether it was... Like, I don't remember it being so explicit when chomps were first introduced in games like SMM1, for instance. But it's something that Nintendo officially has leaned into more and more over time. Like, certainly with the Paper Mario games, I want to say, but if memory serves. Anyway, let's not run into the chomp this time. Of course, with the Link's Awakening, with the Chain Chomp there, that's just kind of the pet on the outside. I think that's where it really kind of starts, in some ways. It's the first major instance of, you know, Chain Chomps being this domesticated pet. I want to say it's definitely the one in Link's Awakening that's sort of the iconic moment for that. And it's sort of stuck with the Mario series ever since, although not so much that you can have this barking effect without just synchronizing it into the level the way that we see here. Oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Yeah, despite having seen so many music auto-scroll levels using various effects, it's kind of interesting that after so much Maker 1 and 2, the use of sound effect synchronization in this level is actually something that stands out as quite unique. I mean, it's the same tech as everything that you do with music auto-scrollers and the like. You only really even need far fewer entities just by having the Koopa walk across, and far less play space taken up by the way that sounds are set up, but yeah, at the same time, I've scarcely ever seen this used sort of across a playable level rather than in just a very isolated room or other puzzle space, so... Yeah, in general, I've been impressed with the versatility of what people did with sound effects and the various setups while exploring them in Maker 1. We noticed that with a couple of the puzzle levels by Ren as well, where I mean, Ren was playing with music all over the place, various configurations, and it seemed like people were really doing quite a lot to figure out what was expressible without, you know, falling into a well-established genre. Chain Chomp's Japanese name is Wanwan, which is a Japanese onomatopoeia for barking. Okay, I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense then. It's sort of the equivalent to what we'd say if we call something like Bow Wow or something, right? And here we go. So yeah, that was already originally the case in SMP3, then that does explain quite a bit. Can we go into this pipe? I guess we didn't get a chance to see it. But it was scrolling off screen quickly enough that I'm tempted to check. Oh. Yeah, no, the Koopa's already going. Oh, wait a minute, we took a key death. But does that matter? No, it's just an exit-only pipe, that's right. So we actually had seen the key door exits. Or had we? Yeah, that's right, because we wrapped back into this room. I wasn't paying much attention to the key door at all, to be honest. And, oh, that was a bad idea. I thought it would just jump over to the skull, and I was wrong. So yeah, Bow Wow would be a more accurate localized name. So that does explain how this whole idea of them being the pups in a front yard in Link's Awakening didn't just come out of nowhere. And yeah, because... Oh, we can't enter that. Okay, good. And that's just a 1-up. That probably kicks you back out into the same area. And loads the room back in. The one in Link's Awakening is named Bow Wow. That's right, that's right. I do remember that now. Whoop. Total miss. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, back in the launch state of Maker 2, before, whoops, the Link power-up in its current form was eventually revealed, I was thinking that, you know, if they were doing additional game styles, it would make a lot of sense to just have a Link's Awakening style. We're pretty close to release it or remake at a time, I think, in 2019. And so many of the elements are already there. Now, I'm pretty satisfied with what we did end up getting with both the Link power-up and the SMP2 mushroom, just because of how much interaction they pulled out of them to extend the life of the game in general and the SMP1 theme in particular. But as far as game styles that might have come out of left field might have gone, I always felt Link's Awakening would have been a very natural fit. If there was something that really kind of had an alternate rule set like 3D World. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, oops. That was not the proudest head bump. Anyway, after being mauled in various ways, Mario's kind of back in the mix here. The skulls and bones and everything in this level. I should have done a spin there. I really do kind of complete the effect. Who knows what else has been fed to the dogs over a great deal of time. I found a secret bottomless pit. Yeah, I tend to do so. We're pretty thorough about things like that. Yeah, because this level doesn't really have much of that, just given the way that the paths are stacked on each other. And, whoops. Trying to get on top of that guy and just get some wires crossed there. Yeah, because you're only going to be on the bottom so often. Yeah, once again, the thing that really stands out about Maker 1 in general, I think, is just, whoops, the preponderance of these big contiguous spaces. And of course, you know, the auto-scroll here is necessarily going to be at a slow speed just because you do have the Koopa sound effect keeping pace. Anyway, let's just let this guy jump over. There we go. Yeah, not making that mistake too many times. Very disciplined of these chumps to themselves, not go into the bottomless pit. Oh, there we go. And yet you can see, or rather hear, that you're within the vicinity of the big one. Whoops. And, oh, he's going to chase. And he's probably going to chase past his pipe as well. Yeah, a lot of note blocks now. On multiple tracks, so we'll see exactly what that entails. I mean, you know, just to coincide with the fact that we now have multiple chumps on screen. And, oh, that's the goal. Heart of Darkness, alternatively adapted as Apocalypse Bow Wow. Wait, thank you for the GG. And now it's time for Apocalypse Bow Wow Redux. Heart of Darkness Light, yeah, 40% clear rate this time, just to really give people a much more accessible look, or rather hearing, of that sound effect. Looking at the pixel art as well, love the use of the bumpers here to complete the chain on a big chomp that you would only see on the screen. Okay, down we go. And we'll just not run into this guy too much. We'll just let them yip their way across. Yeah, rather quick segment just to show off what this concept is all about. A very similar descent and load-in screen over here, just to get the bumper to get Mario in position. We open the gate, drop this money, same as before. And we'll go for coins. Nothing's going to destroy the hard blocks, luckily. Yeah, this time, you know, if you don't know about spinning on chomps, I guess that still gives you access to sneak under for the pink coin. And then we have the chase segment over here. We're going to try our best not to die to the 40% clear level. But of course, without any pits to run over, that's a much gentler revision. And we'll just let the chomp go, as we should. And then he's just going to die off screen, which works for me. Didn't actually see the mechanism for that, actually, for what was eliminating the chomp as it went just slightly off screen. That's kind of well disguised, actually, that you've got a chomp going off screen but then not deflecting back at you, because at that point the auto-scroll has loaded in something like a shell to drop it out. But, you know, it's auto-scroll, that kind of thing can be synchronized. Look at this poor chump just going after the Cheep Cheep. These ones, too, just chasing them everywhere. Poor things. And then we've got the final segment here. And little and big. We'll bypass this as we presumably reach the goal. Heart of Darkness Light, and a more portable Heart of Darkness. Save Mario? Question mark. Well, 91% on this. I guess most people managed somehow. Might be more of a cutscene auto level, perhaps, but let's take a look at it and see what happens. Yeah, so Mario's in the box. And do we just position something? Oh no, Yoshi's just gonna run and play the level for me. Okay. Huh. Oh, I guess. Yeah, Yoshi's coming in from the left side screen boundary. That's interesting. So probably loaded on the top half and then. I wonder how that run back works. I always have to wrap my head around some of the screen boundary rules. Which this was clearly exploiting. Oh, how kind of Yoshi not to just drop us into a pit. Not that we would ever do that. Yeah, so you can see that... That's interesting, that Yoshi gets deflected. Especially that way. I mean, if he's already in kind of a running state going right, I guess, and if he spills out the side, we might look at that in the editor at some point, but anyway. Instead of just, you know, trying to discern that ourselves over here. Because I guess if Yoshi's already kind of facing right the whole time, and then if he's dropping off something like a conveyor or just gets bounced by a spring or something, and yeah, he would have to be facing right going into the drop as he's pushed off the end. Interesting that works as well as it does. The egg won't hatch until it lands off screen to the left or something. Okay, so yeah, it's based on the egg positioning, but then at that point Yoshi's also in a running state. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, molten heat sink. This is with 13 clears on it. Not that many plays though. See how it goes. And yeah, we obviously do need to catch that. Oh, P-switch over here. And a P-switch that we're able to pick up if we want that for some reason. I mean, I guess it freezes the conveyor belt. If it freezes the conveyor belt, then you can actually stack a tower. That's gotta be it, yeah. Why don't we bring one with us anyway? That might be a bad idea, but let's write it down. Oh, and then we need to wrap around to land on that. I don't know if there is a reason why we would want to carry the second P, but, you know, we might as well just in case. Resist, stack the tower. Notice that we didn't quite stack the right side cleanly this time. But maybe when it drops off, it'll line up somewhat. No, we do need to stack both of them cleanly, by the looks of it. Both the left side and the right side tower. So basically before springs land on either one. There we go. And not the tidiest, but it'll give me enough height. Whoops. Yeah, and then at that point you're close enough to the next columns that allow things to spawn. Well, let's maybe try it without carrying the P-switch first, just to do this tidily without worrying too much about obstructing our own way. Anything accidental. Oh! Okay, just a little bit more running momentum off of that, and yeah, you just leave that as late as possible to get on that platform. I think that should work. Let's let the P-switch do its job here. Once we just get everything unloaded, yeah, P-switch will last long enough to stack both towers. And drop off on top of this, and then do we go backwards? I think we do, but maybe a bit more swiftly than that. We do want to maybe push forward as soon as possible at all times, though, to scroll the camera forward. And whoops, wrong way. Scroll the camera forwards just to get platforms to drop as soon as possible. I think that's likelier to be the right approach. But we will see it. I remember at least trying this one back in the day. I don't remember I beat it. But I must have. It's pretty simple. Yeah, pretty straightforward, actually. So, it's all about just knowing that you should use the P-switch for the initial stacking. Sub 1% for this. Did people really just skip the P-switch then? Because that's really not that technical. As long as you know that you should be stacking the towers, not just gunning it. Well, I mean, 2016, it was a different time. Yeah, that's surprising to me that I mean, literally all it is hitting the P-switch, and then afterwards you just need to get on top of that first tower that drops off of the central pipes. It's kind of shockingly few clears for that. But again, not that many plays in the first place. Molten Heatsink 2. Now this one has 6 clears. Just looking at the layout, it looks like it's extending a similar concept by quite a bit, so let's see how we do. We won't be loading towers with a P-switch this time. I guess we just try to stay low, and then, yeah, very similar idea. And yeah, we kind of need to anticipate the towers as they come and get a bit of forward momentum to get the extra tile of height. And just maybe twirl away over to... Well, not here, but, you know, twirl away over eventually to get a bit of delay to let everything fall. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was correct. We maybe jumped the gun a bit on that one and should have let the tower sink. Again, though, I think it is in my interest rather, to go right as soon as possible whenever we have towers drop, so we can drop the next available one as soon as we can, since it is going to be dependent on the player's camera position. When we actually get platforms made available. So yeah, as soon as we have that available, we can jump. And as you can see from the hard blocks dropping onto the lower tracks, you only get one shot at this before the towers get sealed off. Oh, that's a little late. You're clearly supposed to jump, 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 and down the right side stack after that. Okay. Yeah, again, kind of need to anticipate and guess, but maybe not that much. We do need to leave ourselves a bit of height. Sort of wonder if there's a secret through one of those pipes. These platforms drop in next to pipe entries that do seem possible. That's a little bit late. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, no, again, I wanted to reposition there, but we shouldn't go too quickly before the platform is available. And yeah, so you're not allowed to just stall and load columns indefinitely once you go far enough, because the heart blocks do seem to close off additional springs after the first column sinks. In each of those later locations. Like here, early on, I think you can wait for additional spawns if you want to stall, but at this point, we have to be ready to just go, go, and go. Right here. And then, oh, okay, I was reading that for the first time, so we just missed it slightly, but we should have just done spin jumps across for some of the lower segments, actually. I often don't feel like I have quite as much control horizontally, but you know, keeping Mario's head low with a spin jump is actually probably much more advisable there if the distance works out. Oh, whoops. Maybe cutting it a bit close with that one. Getting a little too deep into the spaghetti sauce here. Okay, let's roll up and over. We'll just need to be slightly more patient with those drops over there. Yeah, and we don't have that much flexibility past a certain point when it comes to when we're going to scroll the camera ahead, so as we get to the segment with really low headroom, I think we should play pretty reliably when it comes to timing. Let's, yeah, give us a little bit of distance for ourselves to drop in, and then spin's not going to be that great, because the thing is, it doesn't allow me to twirl to reposition if we need it, so I think we should go back to doing a standard jump, even if the arc isn't quite ideal. I just don't have enough control with a spin jump, and we did see previously that standard jump will do it. Bumped the hard block, that's unfortunate. But yeah, I was definitely wondering about that pipe. Over that last column that we just died on, whether it's potentially enterable. Oh, thought I'd missed that. And once again, bumped the hard block. So we just need to fall in a bit more accurately. Hanging right just a little too aggressively there. Yeah, that hard block is definitely something to watch out for. Okay. And we go up and to the right a little bit. Oh! Didn't quite catch that accurately, but that was just all in the landing. We did jump just fine that time. We just whipped the landing. And we just get onto the right side column after that, and we'll see what happens from that point. Again, every time we get off one of these columns, we do want a little bit of momentum just to gain the extra tile, which is necessary almost every step of the way. Anyway, let's go down. Whoops. Yeah, we know that we need to leave that one pretty much immediately, but let's try not to slip off too many times. Getting a little bit more consistent about the early parts. Okay. Wrap one up this way. Oh. I wonder if delaying with the twirler was the right idea, because we did fall behind pace a bit. I didn't expect it to sink that quickly on that side. Don't know if it was just something like a conveyor down below that we didn't spot, or there was something else going on there with the sinking. I mean, it wouldn't be a conveyor, obviously. It would be something to do with the diagonal trajectory on the bottom of that stack. We didn't look at it properly to see what was going on, but yeah, because the initial momentum is something falling off a conveyor. So, for example, if it's off a fast belt, then it would sink at a shallower angle. Because that momentum is conserved as the conveyor sends a stack down, as we see with the first two stacks over here. And yeah, it must be a fast belt that's loading the later one, and we just didn't account for that. Didn't get a good look at it. Too busy platforming. No. An extra twirl there actually would have been fine. Yeah, so possibly we were just jumping late as well as we were doing that descent on the best attempt earlier on. Whoops. Definitely struggling a bit with that heart block. We really do have to account for that tile every time. Whoops. Okay, let's keep going. And down. Okay, didn't know if I'd make that landing, but we did, so whoops. Oh, behind pace just a little bit here, though. I mean, it does look like spins are better there if you can do them, but I just don't think that we are going to get the control that I want. And we've been succeeding otherwise so far with standard jump and twirl, so. Okay. Pretty much need to go immediately. Oh. Yeah. Twirling actually stalls too much relative to that, I think. We just need to get a better jump off the edge as we transfer platforms there. And whoops. In that segment, because we were just a little far to the left that time. So maybe just a better edge jump there, and we should be able to catch the fast diagonal tower as it drops. Alright, let's just go segment by segment again. That's just a bit of a bad landing, I think. landed too far to the right, and then we just spilled off the side. There you go.
Oh no!
We should be twirling that one. I keep thinking that I'll be behind in terms of time. We had made it without the twirl previously, so... Again, just not positioning the... Jumps off the edge very well.
Oh no!
And yeah, same mistake over there. Yeah, so we can see that it's a standard conveyor and a fast conveyor after that. If you sort of glance at the top corner, after the bit with the low ceiling. Okay, good. Oh. There we go. That wasn't too bad.
Mario #1! Woohoo!
Yeah, all about that final landing, and then the coin trail marked things generously. I mean, it was pretty clear to me at that point that we just twirl as much as we can, not knowing where we're going, but only about a second off the record, too. Not that you have a whole lot of flexibility. Yeah, I kind of feel like the clear rates on both of these are very much deflated in some ways. But it's hard to tell just given the player base back in 2016. Especially on a profile where, first of all, it's very popular from some easier levels. Now, we did previously stream and record all of the YMM levels. This one, of course, is another one that is based on semi-solid stacking. We're not going to show it today simply because we have been crunched enough on time that I'm pretty content with the existing recordings of the YMM set, which I ran about 2 years ago and still have up and running. So we'll continue on to Banish Debut Blockade. But yeah, this one, Camouflage Crystal Cave, I do remember it quite well. And very much an elaboration of a lot of the semi-solid stacking concepts, as well as some of the blending effects that you can get in SMBU. So let's continue to Banish Debut Blockade. Hey, egad. Always love playing with some of these costumes, but anyway, egad's going to enter the mansion. And what's he going to do for me here? Well, I mean, checkpoint right here, interesting. I guess just gets you past the introductory segment. It's a very quick checkpoint, unless it's, you know, something reloadable capacity. Yeah, that's what it is that you can reload a checkpoint if you are preserving pink coins. I thought it might be like that if you sort of just had a checkpoint hub this early. So it looks like eventually we'll grab something like a star, perhaps, to cut through all the booze in this section and make it down to the pipe. Either that, or maybe we sort of unstick this buzzy tower that's holding it in place. No, I think we probably just have a star coming out of the rooms once we, whoops, go through the key door with all coins collected. So let's go to each segment, left to right, and see what happens. So yeah, you get... Oh, interesting. That's... Yeah, they're stuck under the P-switch here. I guess we step on it, and then... Oh. should have continued past this point. And we're a bit slow here. Yeah, a little bit slow in the uptake. Yeah, well, oh, whoops. A mistake. Let's get it over here. Looks like that's actually kind of a return door. Possibly. But yeah, we let the right stack head up first. Let's make sure it's not obstructed by anything else on the tower, and it shouldn't be. And then we kind of race the left side up after that. So the boos are in this location. What does that do for me? Oh, it just shows you that the boos are going to jump up the tower, and so the right side isn't going to be that meaningful in an interaction. It's just that you need to race it up, and it shows you what the boos actually do. I see. Anyway, that's going to open up one gate and open up the door for the return path. And then we proceed to segment number 2. Notice that little boo dispersal that happens. And yeah, interesting that it kind of synchronizes Boo Ride. Very similar to the segment of Boo's Public Nightmare, but with bigger rings. And a fairly gentle reset, by the looks of it. But we will ride this one out. And just enter the ring. Yeah, pretty well synchronized up here. Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's going to get rid of all that. And then the POW is going to get rid of the Muncher, which is just within view. And we will proceed. Okay, after that, let's take a look at this one. Yeah, it's got to be key door into a star pickup, I'm sure. And the tracks kind of tell you where to curve into this and probably hit the POW, maybe. Yeah, that unloads that. Then you head on up. Oh, and then if you unload the Boo that way, then what do you do with it? Oh, you can still push with the Muncher. But why would you? Instead of... Ah, you need to lock the Boo down here, I see, okay. And then this will raise this platform. Yeah, you lock it past the one-way panel, you raise this, and then you have access to this platform. Can we keep bumping it? Nope. Go further. Yeah, very neat little mechanism there. And you'll notice, as you have the state changes, the Boos are steadily dispersed down below as well. Which is a neat little touch. Anyway, here's a clock. I think this is just implying time survival. Until, whoops, okay. Too bad about that. Yeah, that was maybe not the best location for that. Let's rethink that moment here. Oh, I guess I didn't hit checkpoint after coin 3 over there on the right side, yeah. I didn't actually go back to the flag after this segment, so let's redo it. Load this guy, lift him up until this gets released. This is a really neat segment here. Yeah, very mechanically unique gating mechanism that we see. All the stacking going on there. Let's make sure we load checkpoint here. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to die, obviously, so... Oh, actually, we never reloaded the checkpoint at all. In fact, I just never bothered to save anything, so let's just do every segment. I just noticed that we were sitting on no coins because we never bothered to save, but... I guess that's why as things like checkpoint hub structures develop with time, particularly once you get into Maker 2, you see makers do quite a bit more to really sort of force you through the checkpoint flag path, so you don't just voluntarily neglect that as the player. And yeah, sure, we'll just do this and we'll grab the flag at the end of this one. I mean, we know how to do this bit here at this point. Oh, we're going to lose that right away though, so maybe we will actually die and lose coin 2 and 3. Whoop. I would like to come out. There we go. That was rather riskier than it should have been. But yeah, let's grab checkpoint this time so we don't mess around too much. Sort of interesting to see when hub-style checkpoints came into play. And yeah, we kind of need to jump over both over there. Let's let it happen again when we have a shift between bombs and spike tops. Whoops. I did have a particular location I was trying to go for there, but yeah, we do need to watch that speed change that happens when you go from the bomb boost to the spike top boost. Or other such changes that are going to manipulate their position. Or you can just, you know, take a damage boost and drop a bomb or something for no reason. Wouldn't actually help. Other than, you know, unleashing a boo on yourself. Anyway. It's implying that I should hit this block over here. How is that happening? Oh no, this is just a clock. Okay, no, I entered a pipe. The arrow is part of the clock. It's not pointing to a location I need to hit or something, which is the wrong thing to surmise. Anyway. Let's take a key death. So it's not gonna be a star, or... I guess you drop it up top. Oh, I guess if you drop in here, then you actually drop each of the buzzies, perhaps. Open the gates? No, I didn't think so. Well, the buzzies were for opening the blaster gates. Let's reload through here. We have an additional key. I mean, we can always just take a damage boost here as well, and with the Gad costume and just dive away down. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Oh wait, there's... Well, I mean, we have a key. Do we have a key door in the original area? I didn't think so. No, it's gotta be down to pipe through the boot, but then... let's take a look. Thought it would be something like a star, but then, yeah, each of these just loads, right? That doesn't really do much for us, because we would load everything back in this room. So is it just taking damage here? I mean, yeah, the Buzzy Tower here does prevent you from going further. I would have thought that it's something like unstacking a lot of boost by hitting POWs, but... Or maybe coming up to this segment. Yeah, because the boos disperse. And then am I able to... Well, there's the pipe on the other side. Either side, like left and right. Now that we're able to have access to this top part here. Is there some kind of platform sound here? No, it wasn't. Okay, I missed something with a key door. And I totally didn't see one. Yeah, so... Oh yeah, we actually need to activate all of them, I think, in the same segment. Because they do stay destroyed. And then that's how you know that... Yeah, if you look at the bricks that you still need to eliminate, you disperse all the boos with time. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, and we actually got a passage this time. I just didn't notice. Yeah, at this point we have dispersed everything. So you do need to do every segment if you've been really loading from checkpoint the way I did. Okay, now this is interesting that we... Okay, go over this way, I guess. Then see the bonus door on the other side. While leading that stray Buzzy over. There's our star. Notice this little bit with the pipe on the left side as well. I guess maybe that's just something aesthetic. But we'll take it. And out the door we go. And thank you for the GG once again. Hi Zypher, I have not made it yet. I am going to do it next month. See you. Don't know who signed that. We'll be sure to let Zypher know. He drops by here every now and then. Anyway, we did manage to blockade. I just, I mean, you know, I'd noticed a boo dispersal with each of the Buzzy shells early on when we exited each segment, but I didn't think about how that would affect the central column because the whole time I assumed that we would just bust through with a star or something. That's okay. This way was more elegant. Round trip on Parabuzzy Airlines. Oh, 0.11. 2 clears historically. So, this might be another one we'll have to figure out. This wing here implies quite a bit of flight. Let's see what this will be. 338 record on... I mean, it's only on 2 clears. It's not going to be optimized or anything. Round trip on Parabuzzy Airlines. Well, let's take a look at this. I vaguely remember this level, actually. There's no way I would have beaten it at a time. Oh, yes, so you would probably need to gain flight off of this and fly to the top left. That's what it must be. Yeah, 2 clears on this. I doubt I would have been one of them myself, but I do remember playing this. So, what was the big roadblock with it? Was it just this? Yeah, I mean, clearly you shouldn't be riding it out on the bottom. That's just too close to shave. Pink coin key was basically a backup if you died in the middle of banishing before boo rings, as I did, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then you just have the little bonus key door at the end. Just, well, first of all, have the appropriate key count. And secondly, just complete the fallback. That makes sense. Yeah, in the middle of banishing the rings. I see what you mean. Sneak under. Actually, much easier to sneak under. Let's do that. All these stacking mechanisms, incidentally, that are not possible in Maker 2 because of momentum transfer with objects just not working the same way anymore. Amazing what a huge difference it makes to more elaborate setups for, I guess, big macro scale creations like various bosses or, you know, big stacks like this one, vehicles, etc. People talk about so many mechanical changes between 1 and 2, but I feel like the object and enemy loose stacking often doesn't get enough attention as something that was really disruptive to the range of what you could create in Maker 2. It's just one of those things that I think people, you know, don't remember as vividly as a big change, in spite of the fact that it was so impactful. Oops. Yeah, you're saying whoops. Once I got the pink coin key, I could take a shortcut to banish the blue rings that respond you to death. Yes. Yep, as we discovered. I'm looking at that passage. Okay, let's walk it over here. Yeah, we'll go under in not this segment, but the next one. Just sneak right under. Then the question is how we actually sufficiently maintain the height if we are meant to fly with the Tanuki leaf on our way back to the left, if there is, again, a round trip, as we would expect. Yeah, we can activate this. So I'm looking at this and thinking, you know, we definitely have to fly out of this side. But then do I actually have enough room to build E-speed? Or perhaps there will be some kind of change to the stack on the way back that will resolve that for us. Like maybe some springs to bounce between. Anyway, let's keep going. And, whoops, we should have jumped out, obviously. I thought I had enough room to just hang left. Yeah, low clear rate on a lengthy level tells me that this might take some work. Looking at the pacing of this, I can see why the current record clear is over 3 minutes. But we'll see how quickly we can master this with any consistency. And just have a moderately relaxing flight otherwise. Whoops, that was too close. No, whoops. Yeah, because this whole thing is player scroll, not auto scroll, obviously, because that is what permits you to return. That means that, depending on camera position here, we are potentially going to encounter a little bit of inconsistency between attempts that we'll just need to work around. Depending on when things are spawning in. All these blades are in a static position though, so that's not relevant yet. Once you get to the track segment, you do need to improvise. Unless anything was, you know, kind of reloaded from the start, but I don't think that was the case, so. Yeah, we do need to play with a little bit of positional variance on the track segments every time. It's not going to be 100% consistent to me by the looks of it, unless the blades were preloaded early. And it doesn't seem like they're the case, just looking at the layouts here. So we'll just click on it. Not technically challenging, not overly precise when it comes to spacing, just requires us to plan a little better around these moving targets. Yeah, like that. And like that. Living a bit dangerously there, but and then slide under if we can. Okay, this will be a bit touchy, but we got it. And then, what do we have here? Yeah, this is fairly easy to visualize, at least. Now we just need to do so in the opposing direction as everything dips in. Yeah, this actually feels a bit gentler than some of the early segments. Now we need to watch our headroom as we jump. Oh, that was close. Much too close. Yeah, it's the tracks with the two blades going back and forth that probably concern me most here. Anyway, we made it. Probably a leaf. It must be a leaf. No, it's a POW. Oh, I see. And it unstacks and goes back in this direction. I see. Right, so I guess if we have more POWs that unstack, eventually you'll actually have the buzzies right upward. So it's not going to be with some kind of leaf flight, as we saw that there isn't enough room to charge P-speed. It is going to be just with the stack gradually being disassembled. As it gets loaded into position. Because at some point, the piranha plants are going to get loaded onto a platform, and then we POW again, and then buzzies go up. Okay. Yeah, now I understand what the structure of the level is. Blue paraspike tops are faster as well. Yes, that's right. Oh, whoops. We should have gone under for that one. We know that from experience. Had a couple of close calls in that earlier attempt, but yeah, this level is much more about consistency and improvisation over a great length, which is fine. I actually find very often that that kind of difficulty tuning is very underappreciated. But that's a whole conversation on its own. But yeah, we'll definitely need to watch some of the spacing on the blades on the way back, as the way everything gets loaded in, things become a little bit threatening. So yeah, this one, if we can sneak under, we will. That didn't look like it was going to go that cooperatively that time. Didn't really see how that timing was going to work. We might have just had to go over. But, of course, the more consistent we can do that, the better off we'll be when it comes to getting some attempts that go deep. Okay, let's move on over. Yeah, we have the space to go under, we will, but if we have to synchronize that around another blade whizzing about the track, that could get a little bit claustrophobic. Okay, so let's try this one again. Yeah, it's a tight fit, but if you can get a good alignment with that blade, it's not too bad. This one you just go directly over end to end, and you can clear out of there completely. Yeah, this location on the way back is a bit of a thrill because the change in speed of the spike tops does change the packing of some of the blades as well in that pattern. That's the effect that we noticed last time when going right to left. Also because, you know, you're inverting directions here, such that if you're going towards the blades one way, you're kind of going with the direction the other way, and so on, and vice versa. So, definitely expecting that some things will feel quite a bit different on the way back. But yeah, you kind of get loaded into a position here where you just unstack the whole thing. Oh. Yeah, okay, this is the bit that now looks very tightly packed. Oh. Same spot, so that definitely seems to be the big roadblock until we develop a better method for it. We are getting as far as the reversal, at least. That's a bonus. Yeah, so this here, I feel like that is going to give me another POW once we go back. So off screen, it gets destroyed. To disguise the fact that it is currently spawn blocking a segment that will allow us to hit one POW on the way back upstairs. We've seen that in some previous levels as well, where, you know, you do have these return paths and spawn block mechanisms going on, but which are sort of concealed from the player off screen. Where you wait until the camera scrolls away to do the activation that permits the effect to be completed when you return to the same location later. That was definitely the case all over the entry room in Golden Donut. It's very much the case again here. Just to minimize some of the on-screen visual distraction. Even though it's very clear to those who know what the Maker's View is like, what is going on here. Anyway, let's run up this side. So yeah, I just need to be patient and accurate throughout this level. And yeah, this one, again, don't know if we'll kind of lock into a good position this time. Oh, there we go. Just barely. I don't think we can go over for that. I think we do need to sneak under every time, and we'll just have to hope the positioning is consistent. Because yeah, even minor fluctuations in the horizontal scroll of the player camera from where we're standing on a stack can make a bit of a difference in timing when it comes to some of those grinders circling around grinders. So yeah, not too threatening on the way over. On the way back, though, is going to be a bit of a thrill. Okay, gotta keep our heads down, and then that's not too bad. What is this thwomp all about, anyway? I guess the thwomp just reveals the arrow telling you to go left, or rather, making it very obvious that you're going left. Again, just a little bit of extra visual information. Okay, that's a bit more consistent. We kind of have a method with it, I guess. Whoa! Nope, should have gone right there. Just reading that for the first time, though. But we are steadily working this out. I wonder, of course, what a lot of these older levels how much the clear statistics sort of on the server side are affected, if at all, by the loss of clear statistics on the client side. Probably not. I mean, I think, you know, the servers just retain all clear data over time. But I haven't figured out exactly what it is that causes old flags and stars to disappear, whether it's just a sort of buffer with a number of levels that are tracked, or if it's something else. I noticed something relatedly with the playtime tracking and specifically playtime ranking on the Switch home screen, that after about 5 or 6 years, I think, or I think it's about 6 years since you played the software, that's, okay, let's say I have, I don't know, what is it, 400 hours or something in Breath of the Wild originally, but then say 300 of those hours were done in early 2017. Now my home screen ranks Breath of the Wild as though I had only put in about 100 hours, for instance. Even though internally it would still tell me something like 400 hours. So basically, after a period of kind of approximately 6 years, I started noticing this last year with games I played in 2017, that the home screen icons started dropping down the playtime ranks. And I haven't seen anybody else report this. Or I haven't really been able to find any digging into this in terms of what exactly the threshold is, or whether anybody else has even noticed. I'm kind of obsessive about record keeping, which is why I picked up on this kind of thing. Whoops. But I'm, of course, thinking about that in relation to the fact that I had so many stars in place disappear on my view of Mario Maker, in spite of the fact that I think from the server or maker's point of view, clear stars, etc. were definitely preserved. I'm pretty sure in the case of what was going on with the Switch home screen, that's just a case of time being elapsed. I'm not exactly sure what the number would be and why it would be approximately 6 years or so, but... Oops, yeah, let's go under. I have to not get myself into autopilot mode with a level like this, in spite of the fact that a lot of the early jumps feel relaxed. It's very tempting to just, you know, kind of walk through it and let the level play itself, except in the critical parts, and then that will, of course, just hurt our progress over time. Now, do we have a good position on this one this time? It's really kind of tight, as you can see, but that method works. Anyway, let's move on. And yeah, not too concerned about a lot of these jumps here, but then it's very easy to just make mistakes. But as long as we generally just keep our eyes on the springs themselves, I think that's probably the best approach. So much of playing platforming is about eye tracking and line of sight as it is about, you know, executing the actual jumps. And, oh, we need to wait for the second POW, I guess. Are we getting one? Yeah, there we go. I guess that was an edge case that was handled by the fact that the POWs reload, just depending on the collision on the platform that was concealed in the bottom right corner. I just got a particularly accurate hit that time. I just dropped a whole bunch of stack on top of the landing points that should have disposed of them. And clipped the stack. But yeah, glad to confirm that fallback mechanism works as intended. And of course, we just died to a totally trivial jump immediately afterwards, since my attention was fixed on what was going on. So we'll just walk this over, and then, oh. Yeah, no, we should have gone left first that time. Again, sometimes we do need to adapt when it comes to the horizontal track segments specifically. And the circular ones too. So yeah, that's going to be an obvious path location. Oh, okay, actually, if we hang left there, we can see the spawn block mechanism open. But only if we're kind of all the way to the left in the camera. We get to see that otherwise disguised setup completed. Well, let's just ride it over. Well, it's a bit risky to jump off the edge there like that, but that was not a great position that time. Maybe we needed one additional bob there. And just stand on the bottom left corner instead. I can figure out what's going on with my positioning such that I can get a more consistent timing on that circular track. That would work out nicely. But yeah, there is going to be some variance from the player positioning here. And we'll just slip right through. And continue riding. Oh, close shave there. Yeah, too close. Usually we end up with a bit more room there. If we spot that that's going to happen, we really shouldn't just assume the same positioning is going to work every time. Then, let's play this out. We'll see what the positioning is like on some of these on the way back. I feel like I'm maybe less concerned about... Oh, whoops. Bad idea. The return path, but it really depends on where we're standing on the vertical axis as we reverse through all of the grinder segments we see early on. Particularly, once again, the circular tracks. And whoops. Yeah, that was just a mistake. You can see the spikes down there. That's just where that column drop for the blasters will be, I guess. That cat, welcome. You saved a couple of slices and a brewski for me. Pineapple and ham? Yeah, we're okay with that. We don't have, you know, religious views about Hawaiian pizza the way that some people do. We're not sectarian about pizza. Most of the time. Nat Cat, hope you've been doing well. Anyway, let's run over here. But we've been getting so far in this level and now just slipping up on the easiest stuff. Thinking a little too far ahead as usual. about jumps that we want to do later as we come back on a return path. Netcat, you finally have a break and can finally relax on Twitch. Netcat, perfect timing. I don't know if you're aware of the big release that just happened in Maker 2, which I'm very eager to get to as soon as we are finished with Maker 1. Or rather, as soon as Maker 1 is finished with us. If you're kind of in the loop with what's going on in the immediate community. But yeah, after we are finished with seeing Maker 1 while it's online, I am planning to go back to Maker 2 for a whole bunch of Super Worlds in April. Starting with the one that was just released today. Super Boom Boom World by Mang and Luca, which has been playtested steadily over the past year and a half. Yeah, Super World by people that we know, as you said. Pretty big deal, I think. And not just because I playtested some of it, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing all the levels that I didn't get a preview of. And yeah, it was just released earlier today. Lecter and Duffy put together a wonderful trailer for it on the MMC channel. Anyway. Yeah, so Spike Tops unload everything, then we just hit the POW. Previously we hit the POW a little bit too early, which is why we had to hit it a second time to really do the unstack. Oh, let's pay attention here. Was too busy watching mechanisms and totally forgot that we still have to do some platforming. So yeah, this section is all about a little bit of rhythm. And if you kind of space the rhythm evenly, then you're fine. Now that was also the furthest extent that we had reached previously. Bit of an accuracy check. Just have to watch moving parts in either direction. Anyway, let's keep going. But yeah, I've kind of got a backlog of Super Worlds that I want to cover in Maker 2 because a bunch of them from makers that we're familiar with have been steadily rolled out over the past couple of months, and I just haven't had a chance to deal with any of that. Oops. How much to ride this taxi service? Well, a Wii U and a copy of Maker 1. Mostly. But yeah, you just need to, whack your head on the POW, and that apparently counts as punching your ticket. It's the kind of level that lures you into dying on simple things because you think that, it's just a flight that's relaxing enough to have a conversation while you're doing it, because mechanically it's not difficult segment by segment, but you can really get punished for inattention. Which I guess is also true of flying an aircraft, but oh, whoops. Or might be true, I don't know. I actually do know a commercial pilot in a family. Like, there's a family member of mine who is a passenger jet captain. So, I don't think it much resembles this experience. Fewer grinders for one thing. And anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, this is not the way I was doing it previously. Previously I was just hanging right, but we could see from the timing that wasn't going to work. So we're starting to die on that a little bit, partly because my positioning on the platform and therefore the camera positioning isn't quite the same from run to run, and so I am not sure how to recreate the really comfortable position that we had earlier. We'll just need to, pick one of these springs and stick to it, I guess, at a certain point, but there's enough back and forth that it's difficult to be totally consistent about that. Like, if we know that in this area, for instance, we scroll in like this and maybe stand on fourth one here, and then stand on the end over here, and then we're going to, load in these two that are going back and forth at a certain window of time, and then yeah, that's not the way I was doing it previously. So we're not loading it in with the timing I previously found convenient. So maybe we stand in the middle or something as we start approaching that segment off screen. I feel like we'll be on this level for long enough that we do need to find points of consistency for segments like that. So yeah, like I said, mechanically this is not, from jump to jump, a very challenging level, but historically there are actually only 2 clears on it right now. We're sitting at a 0.11. I think a great deal of that is probably just a function of length, because obviously in order for this concept to work at all, much of the level does need to be continuous. Possibly all in one segment. Probably, in fact. If the exit out the top left does in fact take you to the end. You do have to do all of this in one go. Which is fine. We are heavy advocates of long but medium hard levels around here, so. Can't seem to shut up about the subject sometimes. And there are a lot of levels like that when it comes to pacing in Maker 1 that I think really sort of fell out of favor in Maker 2. And I think a great deal of it is just a function of how and where level sharing was happening. That, by the time Maker 2 rolled around, the social hub was undeniably Twitch when it came to people getting the levels played. And I think we talked about this many times before, but it had a very palpable effect on the overall meta, as it were, when it comes to what was made and what kind of length or checkpointing people would tolerate. And so you have so many open structures that are in Maker 1 that are entirely possible to make in Maker 2. Like, they're not things that are affected by technical changes so much, but we're very heavily affected by, I think, an overall cultural change in the game. We know from going through so many of these Maker 1 levels, for instance, that Mario Maker Reddit used to be such a big hub for them, and it's been a wasteland for a while now, I think. Some people are still active there, but doesn't really seem in touch with anything that's going on in the active live community. I mean, I checked in on Mario Maker Reddit for the first time in a long time earlier today, in fact, to try to corroborate something I was looking up. And Yeah, people aren't really even talking about Team 0% there. I mean, granted, it's Maker 1, and Maker 2 generation might not be in touch with what's going on, but to me, it is undeniably the thing that is going on in Mario Maker right now. That's the final clears are being so heavily attempted. Oh, no, that was a bad idea. Yeah, we should have seen the opportunity to go over. I misread that. That was the furthest we've gone, actually. By quite a long shot. That was the best attempt by quite a great distance, and that was such a trivial thing to lose to. It's something I always respected about the sort of official Nintendo finale levels in recent Mario games, which is consistently some of my favorite Nintendo content. That individual segments always feel completely doable. They're not really out of reach or anything. But you just have to be consistent enough that you have to go through the learning process of developing favored methods for things and understanding what approach is going to fit your playstyle. But I mean the finale levels in most of the games since Galaxy 2, including finally in the 2D series with Wonder. Yeah, Wonder is a game, incidentally, that I really do hope we get an expansion for. The way that NSMBU got Luigi U. I feel like it's a game that needs an expansion to feel a bit more complete, especially for advanced level content. Currently, whoops, just missed a jump button. Or rather, hit it late. But yeah, the thing about levels that are kind of spacious and flexible but still require a certain degree of consistency when it comes to performance is that I find the learning process, segment by segment, to be very satisfying often as you try to get things under control. I mean, I guess people that find that kind of pleasure in any kind of level grind, whether they prefer Kaizo or precision levels or whatever, that if you are making many attempts on something and you actually want to go through that process, and the pace of improvement surely must be something you find at least somewhat satisfying. Yeah, here we're kind of finding these rhythmic pockets that we can rely on the way back. We just haven't seen enough attempts on the way back to really be consistent about certain locations, but we're starting to get there. Like on the way back through this bit, for instance, where it's going to look quite different just with the way things stack on a return. Yeah, because you're definitely encountering different grinder configurations and directions on the way back just from the way that additional blades are being loaded in, and like the top one here, for instance, only just loaded in on our way over. Well, let's pay attention here. Let's pay attention here. Totally mistimed that. Yeah, this has been one of the longest levels in the set for me so far, just because the level's inherently going to take some time. Didn't struggle nearly as much as I thought I would with some of the other ones that had low clear rates. Below the 0.5 zone, let's say. But we'll get it. I'm confident we'll get this. It's just that we need to put in the time to clean things up. And of course, we don't quite know how the finale is going to look when you hit the POW and send everything upwards. There we go. Always a little bit concerned when we don't have any kind of starting momentum. Yeah, this spot is always a little bit weird too. Where I have to make a snap decision as to whether I have headroom to sneak under the way that I've been preferring. So, we'll see if we can make it work. Anyway. Yeah, if we maybe stand in the middle and... Well, I mean, we do have to kind of come off the edge here a little bit just to get out of the way, but then... Now we have to watch this timing here. Yeah, I think we do kind of need to do that additional jump here. Previously we just stood on the right because that worked, but... This bit here, yeah, it's a concern every time. I mean, we want to kind of be in the middle as everything is going down so we can sneak under the blade. I don't think it makes sense to go over ever there, but that means that we have a very limited window of opportunity to sneak below and follow the circle. Yeah, because trying to go over in that segment I think is just going to be a little too rough. I mean, maybe we should try it. See if we find that it turns out to be convenient, but... Because right now, that's always maybe the tightest point in the level. Yeah, we're standing too far forward. Let's see what the timing will be like this time. No, not quite. Yeah, we had such a good pattern on it previously, we just completely lost it at this point. Because I shouldn't be, you know, doing 3 or 4 jumps back and forth there. And previously we just stood on the right. Anyway, let's just try to get back into the reversal so we can put in a proper attempt. Luca, welcome. Hope you've enjoyed any early plays you've been seeing of the Super World, and congratulations once again on the launch. Super Boom Boom World. Very much looking forward to getting to that, you know, pretty much as soon as we can after Maker 1 servers go down. In a few weeks' time. I'm pretty much going to be doing Maker 1 exclusively until that point, but it is, yeah, Super Boom Boom World is priority number 1 on this stream, as you know, once we get back to Maker 2. And yeah, Document, I don't know if you've had much of a chance to play through that yet, and welcome, incidentally. And, yeah, let's make it over. Yeah, so hopefully Nintendo doesn't delete anything too quickly before I can get to it. Because you just never know. Yeah, I did see that Mr. All Games All Day, or Magad as it were, started on it already. But I was avoiding spoilers. So it's always on the left pipe, right? That you had to power. Yeah, there we go. You had a blaster, it's just for symmetry. Okay, let's pay attention here. Again, not too difficult, but very high potential for what we call the looking at chat death. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this one we need to go over. Oh, that's too soon. Yeah, too soon, but we do have the spacing to go over. That's the important thing. Ideally, when the grinder is sort of in a bit of a horizontal position, whew, thank goodness there was one-way panels with the initial fireball going on here with the unstack. And yeah, document, you don't really get bugged by spoilers, yeah, understandable. Yeah, I've got a whole stack of super worlds I want to get through. Starting in April. That'll probably be the main focus for a couple of weeks, maybe. But definitely Super Boom Boom World will come first in that set. Yeah, okay. This weird bit here at least lined up this time. And oh, that was almost a looking at chat death. And yeah, Natcat Lecture created quite a bit of artwork. I just assume that all of that is a very accurate representation of what Meg and Luca actually look like. I mean, you know, given that we already know that from their Miis, of course. Wow, okay. That wasn't even a looking at chat death, that was just a not jumping death. Yeah, Luca making that special delivery of the Goofy Goomber surprise. But yeah, Lecter just has this wonderful style. Where everything, you know, it still kind of feels relatively sort of on model with Nintendo, but then it still has this unique aesthetic and texture to it that has that cleanliness that's, you know, very distinctively his. And yeah, Document, the thing is that, you know, I playtested enough of the levels to completely expect that it would be a major landmark in Maker 2 Super Worlds, especially just given how long it had been worked on. But yeah, pretty much everything I was seeing in playtesting, you know, even as single levels, would have been pretty conceptually unique already, and so hope we're not embarrassing Luca too much here, but, you know, just sort of speaking so warmly about all of this with the Maker in the room. I mean, we do this all the time on the stream anyway, so I'm sure you don't mind. We'll play the level, and then that'll be time to, you know, properly give you folks a roast. And yeah, that's the kind of artwork you make when you believe in the product. Really, really believe in the product. And anyway, let's get over here. Special credit to Duffy too, by the way. As some of you might reasonably guess, I have enough exposure to Golden Age cinema and radio to know when somebody gets it when it comes to the vocal performance and the idiom. That sort of recreates it accurately. Like, I can really tell when people can't quite pull it off. You know, the old Hollywood Mid-Atlantic or what have you. And Duffy, of course, is just a genuine pro, as we all know from experience. Whoops. When Lecter contacted you wanting to make a trailer, you thought it'd be some gameplay clips in a title. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how recently, Luca, you and Meg managed to see the final cut. But he very clearly had a vision for it. And I assume the Superworld maps are all accurate to the, you know, actual Superworld maps. Duff, you got an excuse to use that old mic? Yeah. Seemed like the kind of thing you would be looking for. Oh, bad position here. Yeah, we should have gone right that time. This level is honestly very relaxed, but there's just enough camera variation with some of the track loading here that we have to stay on our toes. Yeah, you discussed a lot about the design and everything in the trailer, yeah. Alright. Let's head down here. Slowly could have used some forgiveness power-ups, maybe, but then, you know, damage boost could have just cheesed a big chunk of it, so. But, oh, there we go. But yeah, definitely a few spots just for consistency reasons. Maybe giving me a hit might not be too bad an idea. As I was saying earlier, there are actually only 2 clears on this level, historically. Which is kind of astonishing for something that mechanically is pretty simple from what we've seen so far. But the length is definitely a big part of it, I think, in terms of who would have attempted that and stuck with it to begin with. I kind of have this vague memory that many years ago when I was playing through RagnarokX's profile that I probably did try this one and drop it. But again, I don't know because of how all the older clear flag and star data has been lost on my end. Yeah, anywhere you linger in damage boost, you have to... Anywhere you damage boost, rather, you still have to linger and survive, you're saying? Yeah, maybe so. Because you do have to keep going. Oh, whoops, let's watch out here. Pay attention. Yeah, this segment here looks to be the most challenging, but then we found this little pocket of rhythm for it, and now that feels really consistent. I haven't had trouble with that one in a while. Yeah, sometimes we just make a really deep run. This bit here... Oh, we have room to sneak across, so we will. I think it's the next one that we want to jump over. Yeah, this one just... Yeah, on the end here. Yeah, we hesitated too long for that one. I needed to be decisive on that one slightly earlier so we could build momentum. That's the same spot that's been the roadblock so far. I think that's the furthest we've gotten is that jump on the way back. And let's keep going. Yeah, it's been really interesting too over several years of play to see how Meg and Lucas' styles have actually kind of developed over time. Because in retrospect, they do have recognizable early periods, respectively. Your favorite level in the bunch is 3-3 if you don't count the bosses, yeah. Well, probably not remember that by the time I get around to playing it, but then we can discuss it again then. And okay, let's keep going. Why wouldn't you count the bosses? I don't know. Do they have a bit of an unfair advantage when it comes to how elaborate they are? Such that it isn't really a fair comparison. Just have to disqualify them for being too obvious, I suppose. Whoop. Let's watch out here. Very easy to just zone out a little bit on this level because, you know, again, you know, nothing individually looks that threatening. It's just that I have to be attentive. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Yeah, that was not the position I wanted that time. We were able to sneak under that one previously. But I need to get a very responsive read, I guess, on whether to go under or over, because it is going to change with those circular track segments. On the way back. On the way over, I think I have a pretty consistent pattern, if we can get things to line up, but on the way back, I feel like I do have to improvise. Yeah, despite the vast array of tools that we have in Maker 2, one thing that I think, you know, going back to Maker 1 has really highlighted for me is, in some ways in Maker 2, you have so much less boss design, at least from my experience of playing the game over several years, that elaborate mega bosses seem to be much less of a presence in Maker 2, and I think it's in large part because of the stacking rules, which we were talking about earlier in this level. Not just the stream, but in this level specifically, because of course it's a stacking mechanic here that I'm pretty sure does not work in Maker 2, with the way the springs have been loaded. But because loose stacking is just so much less versatile in the second game, that from playing Maker 2, you know, it seems like big super boss designs have just been a bit of a rarity. I mean, there are definitely some people who do them. I think I actually first became aware of Supernova as Maker, for instance, because he was doing levels like the huge dragon boss. But, and there are definitely some other creations that stick out as well, but I think, you know, these days when people think about Maker 2 bosses, you have a lot more setups that are more out of the box, like, you know, just putting the Koopalings in a level that's much more about the room that they're in than about the fight itself. But yeah, in Maker 2, just because of the stacking changes, I feel like we see far fewer creations in general that you think of on a big chunky macro scale as, you know, being this one creature like Mecha Bowzilla or Mecha Birdo or what have you. Or even just, you know, vehicle creations like the one that you see in this level. I mean, I guess part of it is that the kind of makers I've been playing in Maker 1 are also the kind of makers who work on this stuff, and so maybe we're seeing a very highly biased sample. But even if you look at the same kind of makers, and sometimes even the same people in Maker 2, you really just don't see big macro scale stacking as much. It's not very prominent at all. We made it over that jump. Okay, now let's not die to something really trivial. And I jinxed it. The death of the Potabu trick hurt as well. Yeah, definitely. In a very big way. Natcat, in Maker 1, the first Maker 1 set that we played back in January was, we went through all of Pink Birdo's levels, and Pink Birdo has a level that has a Mecha Birdo. It's actually a track setup, it's not like a big vehicle stack. But it's a very memorable track setup, let's just say that. Very visually appealing. But, you know, Pink Birdo was a very kind of aesthetically complete maker. Total maximalist. And I mean, not that Maker 2 doesn't have the occasional super bosses. I'm thinking back to that level that Lecter made, actually, the Welcome to the Machine level, that where you sort of build the Transformer mech as you ascend up the tower. But again, you know, the examples stick out to me as much as they do because I feel like we really don't see much of it. Maker 2. Because, you know, you have alignment changes, you have stacking changes, you have all these things that... If you had so much of the Maker 2 palette and toolkit work with some of the peculiarities, rather, of the Maker 1 engine, you know, just imagine how much that would have extended the life and versatility of the game. It'll be interesting to see if Nintendo is attentive to some of these issues in an eventual Maker 3 on the next generation system. And I think Maker 3 will happen. The series sustains enough numbers that, you know, it's going to happen in some form. I think that some kind of Wonder representation is going to happen as well, because that would be almost a necessity from a casual perspective. But when it comes to some of the finer pointed changes and frustrations with Maker 1, I really don't have any idea whether it would register with Nintendo as community complaints, or if they're just completely disconnected from that. But regardless, in spite of the fact that Maker 2 is actually, at this point, by far my most played Nintendo game of all time, I can absolutely see a situation where it winds up feeling like the middle child of the series after a potential Maker 3. And like, I'm sure Maker 3 will break all kinds of things and ruin all kinds of setups and frustrate us in ways that eliminate a whole cohort of makers that really wanted to get into it again. But at the same time, I can see a potential scenario where it also creates enough of a compromise to kind of bury some of the frustrations with where Maker 2 was headed instead. But we'll see. I mean, you know, we have no grounds to speculate on any of that at this point, but it's all guesswork. We've been on this one for a while. That's okay. But we are going to push through it today, and we might not have time for it covering a second Maker today after we finish RagnarokX's set, depending on how this goes, but we definitely have some people lined up for later this week. You're thinking Maker 3 goes all in as Wonder as the only style and ditches most traditional mechanics in favor of Wonder Seed stuff. You know, that's actually what Kavik thinks as well. That's what he's been telling me as well, that he thinks it's going to be the direction. I don't know about that. I mean, with Nintendo, you know, they always just want to shake things up for the purpose of doing so, and it's sort of interesting, though, that in Maker 1, the way that Nintendo themselves were promoting it, through their own content, like the official content by the sort of character makers that we covered last week, and the way they were marketing the game in general, the way they put together the idea book, and tried to set a direction for, look, this is a portrait of the kind of creativity you can achieve with Maker 1. You know, totally apart from any concerns about the engine itself, it seemed like the internal attitude towards Maker 1 was very different from the one that drove the vision behind Maker 2. In that Maker 2 from the start, like totally apart from the Maker culture and such, and right down to things like the UI, just had this leaner, more functional, but also, as a result, stricter character to it. That I think really got away from this idea of being the Mario Paint toolbox. Whereas Maker 1 really kind of wears Mario Paint on his sleeve all over the place. And what I really need, of course, is a form of mouse support that will, of course, support a revival of Mario Paint, and also provide an alternative interface for Maker 3 when it eventually happens. But yeah, it's kind of too bad because, you know, I know people in the Maker scene, they look at other Maker games like Levelhead, or even, you know, just ROM hacking and Lunar Magic and such, and really envy the programmability of it. And we know that's never going to happen in a Maker context because, you know, so much of the UI is designed from the start to be limited in a way that is accessible at a very introductory toy box level. Like, we're not going to see Maker turn into Game Builder Garage or something. But it's kind of too bad that we don't have that happy medium between the elegance and the sort of mechanical transparency of Maker, where there's this very shared language for what you can do with the elements and how the engine works, etc., combined with an interface that's a lot more powerful. But yeah, Electra, but it will only support the Mario Paint mouse. You know, I'm totally in the market for something that is like a Switch-compatible Mario Paint mouse, the way that I already always use, for Mario purposes, the Switch-compatible Super Nintendo controller. I am totally fine with a sort of Nintendo Switch Online compatible revival of the Mario Paint mouse, and they might as well put in the Super Scope while they're at it, or as the Splatoon kids say, the S-Blast 92. Or depending on the color, the S-Blast 91. And okay, let's get over here. Whoops. And yeah, Lecter, we were all just raving over the Super Boom Boom World artwork earlier here in the chat. And so, congratulations to Lecter as well on the contribution to the Super Boom Boom World launch. Alright, let's continue. And sorry, I'm trying to avoid too many looking at chat deaths right now. I do want to catch up on what you're saying about the semi-solids. But I need to find a safer position here. Yeah, the thing is in Maker 2 that, you know, you can poke and prod all you want in the editor, but the save data is very strict about what it preserves about semi-solid coordinates, and that's why it always kind of forces that inflexible stacking order. I remember running into that frustration early on with Maker 2 as well, that, you know, you try to poke around in the editor as much as you want, and you try to force the semi-solids to overlap in a certain way, and then you saved a level and you realize that the save data no longer preserves the coordinates or the overlap order the same way it did before, because you just have that maximum 5 stack. You have everything kind of recreated from the XY position and the scaling internally. And so as the maker, you just feel like you don't have control, right? Anyway, that was a bit of a close shave. But yeah, I mean, with the changes from Maker 1 to 2, it's a whole lot of things that add up. It's the mechanics to UI, it's the overall character of the game, and it's definitely the player culture as well. That is also just a product of, you know, which kind of makers are you retaining, and who remains invested in the game. As I often say, I think the loss of a more aesthetically driven character in Maker 2 is definitely reflected in, you know, what kind of game styles we saw favored in the long term. Because definitely the platforming was much higher quality out of the gate, but as I often say in Maker 2, you have a lot of high quality platforming levels that play different but all look the same in many respects. Whereas I do get a sense that in Maker 1, you know, much more often you can kind of look at big chunky ideas as ideas or characters in their own right. You know, so you can say like this is a Power Buzzy Airlines vehicle here, or aircraft, and sort of think of it as a single object. Whoops. You should try to find your old Mario Paint mousepad so you can use it ironically. Yeah. I'm sure I have mine in storage somewhere. As well. Big plastic rectangle. And let's get over here. I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been one of you here who actually made a sort of Mario Paint Tataka's song level, right? Where you kind of blow it up like you do in a title screen. Why do I get the sense that might even have been a Lecter thing? I mean, you would know since you're here. Because I kind of remember in Maker 2 playing like a Mario Paint title screen level at some point. This would have been years ago. I have this vague sense that that's a Lecter level. Yeah, that was you, yeah. Which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the Mario Paint music scene, as far as I know, is still active in some form among people who play with it in emulation. It was a very robust music maker. I think I still have most of those instruments seared into my brain. But... oops. But yeah. It's one of those games that, you know, just owing to not having a re-release, I think in some ways it's difficult to underscore just how impactful Mario Paint actually was in so many respects. In ways that I think people, you know, sometimes didn't realize until they were older and connected with other people who were also Mario Paint kids, as it were. But I guess, yeah, you know, there's that whole sort of folkloric idea at this point of people exchanging secrets on the playground or what have you, and nobody remembering where they first heard about things like finding the warp whistle in SMB3 or other things that are just kind of common knowledge at this point to a certain class of player. But it's sort of interesting to think about, you know, pre-internet Nintendo and what people eventually realized were common cultural experiences. Like, you know, the classic example being blowing into cartridges, right? Where there comes a point when you realize that everybody else was doing it, and you don't exactly know how you learned it or who started it, but it was definitely there. So blowing into cartridges was kind of like that. The SMB3 warp whistles were kind of like that, I think, for sure. Where I guess maybe something just eventually percolated from the kid with the Nintendo Power magazine or the strategy guide or whatever, and then things just become folk knowledge in a way that I find very interesting. But I think Mario Paint was kind of like that too, where you realize that like there's actually a huge body of common experience in Mario Paint that people didn't really pick up on until they communicated about it. And I actually forgot that Homestar Runner started in Mario Paint. I feel like now that you mention it, that's something that I very distantly remember at the back of my mind, but I'd totally forgotten that. Pre-internet Nintendo, aka pre-Famicom Nintendo, because the Famicom had a modem. I totally forgot that about the Famicom, actually. I had a whole ton of those Famicom pirate carts, as well as a sort of Famicom to NES adapter and other things like that kicking around. Once upon a time, and so. Where you would have access to, well, I mean, a lot of, you know, pirated pre-NES ports in particular. Or, you know, games that are kind of on that boundary of everything, making the arcade to console transition, so. You'd have, like, Battle City and Circus Charlie and Antarcade Adventure and all that, but... A couple of years ago, I went to this piano student recital where somebody was playing the piece Les Patineurs, the Skaters, and I mean, it's a fairly famous piece. It's not particularly obscure or anything, but I was trying to place, like, why does this piece make me think of penguins? Like, what does this have to do with penguins? Apart from the fact that it's a piece about skating. And I realized, because I was talking to someone who was like a whole generation younger than me about it, you know, somebody who was growing up more in the GBA era, I guess. And we're trying to sort out, okay, why does this piece make us think of penguins? And we both realized that was because separately we had grown up playing Antarctic Adventure on one of the pirate carts, except mine was a pirate cart on the NES, and his was a pirate cart on the GBA. And the odd thing is that it's not even the only instance of classical music being adapted into a video game about skating penguins. Like, there's another one that falls in that category that uses, I think, a piece by Eric Satie. But of course, you know, in the, I guess, sort of pre-Koji Kondo era, you sort of had chiptune classical music being used as a stand-in track all the time, right? The way that probably a good number of people were first exposed to Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1 by way of City Connection, for instance, where it's got this very yes, excitable arrangement of it, but there's a whole kind of cataloging exercise to be done here with stuff like that. Mr. All Games All Day. Up all day as usual, I see. Megad, I hope you've been enjoying what you've been playing so far of Super Boom Boom World. I assume that you did fulfill your ambition to complete 3 YMM shortly before that. We've been on this level for like an hour and a half or something. It's not even inherently difficult, we're just careless. But it's that kind of difficulty, and I'm sure it's going to keep us here for a while yet. Yeah, no, I'm just talking about, well, it started out as a conversation about sort of, you know, pre-internet video game cultural transmission, and I just went off on a tangent about chiptune classical music, but yeah, and Zelda originally used Bolero, that's right. That's right, that's a good point. Yeah. There we go. Bad idea, bad idea. kind of realized belatedly that nope, that was a time to hang left, not right. And yeah, congratulations on completing 3YMM. And you left off Boom Boom World at World 3. Yeah, it's something that I'll get to after Maker 1 goes down. That's been the intention. But yeah, we're going to stick with this level. We're going to close out RagnarokX's profile today. It's looking like we will not have time to feature a second maker today, but as long as I finish this level before somebody gets to clear on the last dance, I won't be too embarrassed about it. This is the part where one of you looks up the is SMM beaten yet bot and tells me whether somebody has in fact cleared the last dance. I've been surprised at how quickly some of the other apparent roadblocks have been falling. Because I know that with the 50-second lap level with all the fire piranhas that Cats and Orator and such were grinding away at. Like, that was the third last one to go down. Thank you for the follow, incidentally. And that... I think the expectation was that, you know, people just had to re-roll that level until the RNG lined up or something. And then it happened earlier today, and someone just nailed it. It's like, alright, that one's sorted. Well, you can't all avoid trimming the herbs for that much longer. And yeah, I know that it was only maybe about 2 weeks ago that I started seeing people stream trimming their herbs all the time as though they finally realized it was the big threat. Maybe the people who are actually, you know, trawling through 0% for candidate clears noticed this earlier on, but I know the general feeling is that maybe there's a sense of panic about how late people noticed that trimming the herbs was going to be this big of a problem. You think Dance will fall tomorrow? Yeah, I know the Beast has gotten close. I was watching the Beast attempt it yesterday. No, and Mario, I don't think Last Dance has been cleared yet, unless somebody wants to check the tracker. I believe it's still standing, and Trimming the Herbs is obviously still standing. But the 50-second lap level, that was called Welcome, I think. Which is called Welcome something or other. That one fell earlier today. As did the POW one. Phantom something or other. I know the name. It's Phantom something world. I just can't think of it while I'm streaming. Phantom Odd World. Phantom Odd World. That's what it is. Yeah, that was the fourth last one to go. So of the four that were standing at this time yesterday, Phantom Odd World went down and the SMM1 Piranha Plant level went down. So SMM1 is all done. And sorry, I am a little behind on the chat, but we'll try not to take too many chat deaths while I'm chatting with you folks about this. Yeah, Megan, I somehow gotten the impression that RagnarokX had just mainly switched over to only doing YouTube, which I don't know if that's accurate because I don't really keep up with the YouTube side very much in spite of all the big content creators based there. But yeah, I know Lil Curbs has been pushing on it pretty hard in case he has something he can stick to his wall. And yeah, Jank Pickle's been doing it pretty much continuously. I don't know if he'll get it necessarily, but that's kind of been his big thing over the past week or so. He's been doing like 24-hour practice streams on it or something. But yeah, a number of the more recent clears have been some Japanese players who didn't get the clears live necessarily, but did record the clear videos for YouTube. SMM1 lasting as long as it did was pretty incredible. Yeah. Yeah, because you'd think that it doesn't have as deep a technical repertoire for players to work with as Super Mario World or NSMB rather, but there are so many peculiarities to SMM1 that can be easily underestimated. Super Mario 3, I think, fell several weeks ago. Like, it was dealt with pretty early. But I don't recall exactly. Yeah, it's sort of interesting sometimes to see, people who clearly have the technical ability to be doing a lot of uncleared levels in either 1 or 2 choose to do 100 men or endless instead. I mean, I guess, people who do endless, they kind of have their own flavor of self-imposed challenge runs and all that, and it is a very specific skill set in its own right to read a level that you get in endless and deal with it. And I say that, as somebody who never plays it and just spectates it. Like, it's very clear that there is like a particular skill set when it comes to approaching things cautiously and getting a good read on what you see and banking up lives and so forth, but I do know that I feel like in the past year or two, I've seen a lot of streamers who had previously been doing endless in Maker 2 switch over to focusing more on uncleared. I know Zero Planes has been doing it, Loop Hazard has been working on stuff like that. Like that, uncleared Maker 2 has, I think, become a bit more of a steady focus from what I've been seeing on Twitch. But people do what they think is commensurate to their interest and skill set. Mr. Electro Dude, welcome. Let's not take the chat death while saying hello. I totally took the chat death while saying hello. This level reminds you of the ping pong Kavik level. Didn't you just play the ping pong Kavik level? Because wasn't it one of the last ones, if not the last one, in 3YMM? And yeah, Loop Hazard got you into uncleared a bit here and there, yeah. Yeah, no, Electro Dude, it's not your fault. We've taken a lot of looking at chat deaths today because we've had good company here and good conversation. This has been by far the longest level in this set by RagnarokX that we've seen so far. Because the ones that were, much higher difficulty technically were also much shorter, and they didn't take too long to go down. But we've had longer runs here before, and so, whoops, we'll stick it out. But it's maybe in a deceptive way. This is a surprisingly good conversation level, right? I mean, we're taking a lot of the chat depths here and there, but that's partly because there's just enough waiting time and the platforming is just relaxed enough that it's actually a pretty good hangout level. One thing you discover while streaming is that there are certain kinds of levels that are better for conversation than others. Puzzles, for instance, are not very good for conversation because, you know, the focus often needs to be on just trying to keep mental track of what's going on logically and what pieces are in the field and what the steps are if you're trying to recreate them from one attempt to the next. Things like speedrun levels, however, like hold right speedrun levels, for instance, like they're good conversation pieces because, you know, you don't actually have to think too much about them past a certain point. You know, you do your initial read and then past that point it's just execution. If I bothered to play much precision, I'm sure precision is kind of like that as well, where, you know, it's a mechanical check, but it's not so much a mental check, so it's possible to actually talk while you're doing it. The level is too relaxing but just dangerous enough. Yeah, so, Mega, the thing that we're running into here with this level is actually that, you see, it's not auto-scroll, it's based on the player's position, and it's specifically not auto-scroll because the platform doubles back, and you scroll to the right, you scroll to the left in the same segment. So not only is it continuous, which is great because we love long levels around here, but because the scroll is controlled by the player, there is a little bit of spawn inconsistency when it comes to the grinders that are on tracks, which means that we have to play improvisationally around them every time, which, you know, that's just part of the skill check in the level, that's just in its very nature. But it means that you can't just pick the same location every time, because Mario's positioning when things get loaded in matters quite a bit, and I'm not consistent enough a player to keep that under control. So very often I find that I have to change things up on the fly in some pretty tight locations, because maybe I was standing a block away from where I usually do, and then we have a slightly different timing that I need to contend with. And so the main challenge in this level has been sort of reading that early enough to adapt when that happens. It's not, you know, even randomness or anything, it's more that my positioning relative to the camera is going to be inconsistent enough from one attempt to the next, just given how much flexibility we have to run around here, that I'm occasionally going to cause myself some problems. And of course there are the looking at chat depths as well on top of that, which just comes about as a result of complacency. And yeah, Electra Dude, obviously, you know, Super Boom Boom World is the big event right now in Mega 2. Like I was saying, I just hope Nintendo doesn't delete anything by the time I can get to it in April. Oh, yeah, that did not go well. Should have gone over. It's a really apt description of what it's like playing this game. Oh, what part? The part where you said that it's brain massaging content, or something else that I said and already forgot? Brain massaging content, yeah. That's... well, I mean, you know, it depends on the massage. Okay. But yeah, it's very easy in this level to just be complacent about, you know, glancing over and having a conversation at the same time. Then I realized too late that positioning is slightly off. Oh, the part about the scroll putting you in a different position for dab. Oh, that was not ideal. You'll have to re-grab float, make a 1. Just defying gravity entirely, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot in Maker 1 that, you know, we now have the perspective to think of as very peculiar to it. But yeah, it's been a really invigorating experience going back to Maker 1. I mean, this isn't our first kick at a can of doing it. We did do a fair bit of, you know, retro Maker 1 streaming back in 2022, but yeah, it just, there's so much about it and the levels in it that hold up remarkably well as a unique experience. And I'm glad it's getting a proper send-off in terms of getting some last-minute attention. And most of it has been Team 0%, obviously, but, you know, Team 0% has kind of brought attention to the game again and brought some interest in. Every game of this scope, particularly when it's the first one of its kind, is going to have a pretty significant lapsed audience of people who sort of have vague memories of uploading garbage for a week and then leaving back in 2015, and then suddenly realizing what has happened in their absence. And yeah, you've been playing it side by side daily, that's true. That must have been quite the experience. I know that, you know, even with going back to Make 2 roughly week on week, at least up until this month, has led to a lot of mechanical confusion from time to time, where, you know, I look at Maker 1 and I think, wait a minute, is this possible in Maker 2? I can't even remember. I played so many puzzles in Maker 2 and I can't remember half the mechanics or keep them straight at this point. When it comes to, you know, what activates a block or what interacts with Yoshi or anything like that, because we have seen so many unique experimental concepts in Maker 1 as well, particularly with things like camera manipulation and such that work quite a bit differently here. Poop Toot is real. This is a level called Round Trip on Power Buzzy Airlines. It is not part of 0%. This has 2 historical clears on it. And it's not that hard, technically, but I'm a very inconsistent player. And yeah, Electro Dude, I mean, I sort of was very much into Maker 1 in the early months, and then I fell off of it quite a bit in early 2016. And I remember exactly why, too. But then I came back to it in 2019, just before the run-up to Maker 2. And then that's when I realized, wow, I've missed some really good stuff. And then I think it wasn't until I went back to it in 2022 that, you know, we had a much better appreciation for, well, a lot of community makers that we got to know in Maker 2, that we really started digging into the good stuff in this game and just seeing what an abundance of it was, and just a sense of what a really lively culture Maker 1 had. Back in, say, 2016 in particular, like the first year of development, when the patches were coming in and people were discovering the tech. And it's been interesting to play these levels and kind of catch a whiff of that sense of exuberance and experimentation at the time, which I missed, because in early 2016, there was the 1-2 punch of, first of all, Fire Emblem Fates, which consumed my life for a couple of weeks. And then Factorio winding up on Steam during its alpha period, which also consumed my life for a couple of weeks. And so between those two, like, that kind of threw me off the Maker train, and I didn't go back for several years. Yeah, you think YMM got you back into making. Understandable. And I wish I had spent more time in making in Maker 2, of course, because I've got a huge draft box of ideas that don't really make for good levels. At least not without, you know, properly designing around them and taking the time to really refine the concepts. But my, yeah, unfortunately a lot of Maker 2 coincided with some pretty dramatic changes in what personal time I had for games, and so I just ended up playing and playtesting a lot. And streaming, of course. And it's been difficult to find a time to actually, like, make stuff. I know I'm supposed to go over that one. And every time that one throws me off a little bit because, you know, it reverses on a track just as I want to jump over, and that particular element has been tricking me out. We've been on this level for, I think, approaching 2 hours at this point, but that's okay. It's inherently long. Yeah, Megad, like you were saying. Wait, can you do that in Maker 2? I mean, very often the answer is no. I'd say that, you know, probably about half the levels I've been playing, the answer is no. And that was especially true of YMM, which is all the more remarkable considering that people making these levels would not have known that at the time. They would have had no idea that half their stuff would not work in the eventual Maker 2 when it did come out. And yeah, Electrodude, I mean, you know, you're finishing a master's thesis or something now, right? It's definitely one way of keeping time, though, you know, when you think back to different periods of your life, just what were you playing at the time, and, you know, on what system, or with which people, or in what community. Increasingly, I think it is a way of keeping track of the passage of time, just to, you know, have that anchor of what was going on with yourself culturally. You have a functioning prototype of your application now. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that a few weeks back. How long is it? Well, the current clear on it is 3 minutes 30. But you see the arrows pointing to the top left. Welcome, incidentally, Dan DMSS, if I'm reading that correctly. I hope it is correct. I mean, because I'm mentally reading that as like Dan Paper Mario Sticker Star, just to keep the letters straight. And I know people have strong opinions about Sticker Star, so I don't want to be offensive or something. But yeah, so this level is kind of this two-way level where if you saw the arrows that point to the top left at the very beginning, what you do is you ride this platform all the way to the right. You hit a POW, you ride it all the way to the back. You hit another POW, which is not available yet, but is going to be available in the bomb location that you see over here. Ride it all the way back to the left, you hit a POW, and then you're going to ride the spike top platform upwards, because you're going to carry everything up. I'm pretty clear that's what's going to happen. We haven't quite made it that far, we've gotten pretty close. But yeah, it's just an inherently long level, and one of the only 2 clears on it right now went 3 minutes 30, so that's what you can expect. Growing up, the year 2000 is the future. Looking back, we were still using Game Boy in 2000. And Ragnarok, or according to Twilight Princess, RagnarokX, incidentally. I actually use your Game Boy skin for my mobile device in Animal Crossing. I just remembered that that was actually you who made it. But I've had that skin sitting around unchanged in my Animal Crossing file for years now. And I only just sort of put all these pieces together again when you just mentioned a Game Boy. I mean, a Game Boy did change form factor quite a bit at that point. You know, it's not the... bulky 1989 thing made of Nintentium that you can take into the Gulf War, right? Yeah, play as the version of myself who beats this level. We'll have to have a word with that guy. Oh, it's literally just your long-ass name initials. Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm reading it in an acceptable way to you, like Dan PMSS or something. Or Damps. Damps. Okay, that works. Or just Dan. One of the two. Or something. That's okay, whichever is acceptable. Thank you for joining us regardless. Welcome. Yeah, like I said, it's much more of a kind of conversation piece level at this point, just given how long I've been spending on it. But okay, off to the right side here, that's much more comfortable if we can get it. We will finish it. It'll just take a bit more finesse than I've been demonstrating. That was so rough. Should have stayed left for that one. That's okay, we made it. No complaints. Well, it turns out in the future, while dealing with the Y2K problem, Game Boys came in the transparent shells, like the N64 controllers. Yeah. Timescales of individual consoles and devices are really quite remarkable to look back on, too. Like, it's unbelievable that the GBA, for instance, only had a 3-year run as main handheld from 2001 to 2004 with the introduction of the DS. And I know it's because, you know, the DS was originally just marketed as a potential third pillar in case it didn't work out. But I look back at that and, you know, the GBA just has this legendary library, and that so much of it came out within 3 to 4 years was kind of preposterous. I guess Mother 3 didn't come out until 2006. That's a bit later, but it's not like anybody outside of Japan knows that, right? Yeah, I'm totally misreading this one every time. I was thinking, do I go over, do I go under? And then we just died to indecision there. 4 surnames to be exact, 6 counting the prepositions. I know that's very much the case in the current generation with a lot of people in the province of Quebec, actually. Because basically after the... I think it really took place after the... what is it? The Quiet Revolution in the 1960s and 70s, where because of a lot of efforts towards things like gender equality in the province of Quebec, from that point on, you had a lot of people taking on both their parents' names hyphenated. But now we're kind of far along enough in the timeline that people with hyphenated surnames are having children with other people who have hyphenated surnames. And so now you have this massive, like, sort of IT and logistics problem in some ways of people who have like quadruple-barreled surnames that exceed all reasonable character limits. So, you know, law of unintended consequences or something. That's just one instance. I am not claiming that you're from Quebec or anything. I'm just saying that that reminds me of that specific problem. Yeah, the GBA as a device was in such a weird place where, you know, the original model just launched without a backlight, and then the GBA SP launched, and the GBA SP is a fantastic device, except for the lack of a headphone jack. And you just have these little things where something drops the ball ever so slightly every time. DS lights are actually really cheap on the secondary market nowadays. I realized. I was kind of scrolling through a lot of old DS gear for some reason, I think last year, just to scout out what the situation was, and I think because they were such a big seller and so commonly available and everything, like you can get a DS Lite pretty cheaply nowadays, but of course I'd have no idea what the condition of the battery you can expect would be. Probably not good. But anyway, I mentioned that because it feels like it sort of took until the DS Lite for Nintendo to really kind of nail the form factor and really, you know, for a company that was just renowned for handhelds, get the handheld itself in top shape without any caveats. I would unironically really enjoy it if Nintendo found a way to work either dual screen play or off-screen glasses-free 3D, one of those two, if not both, back into the post-Switch ecosystem. It might not be very commercially viable, but I feel like they'd eventually reach a point where the technology can provide a solution to that. You know, partly for the preservation of the early library, but because I think also something is kind of lost by not having that feature set. Like, the Wii U didn't last long enough for Nintendo to really figure out how to make the best use of the Wii U in some ways. Do you think the Virtual Boy, conceptually speaking, not what it ultimately achieved, was absolutely brilliant? Yeah, that's the thing about Nintendo, is that, you know, you do see them go back to ideas that were once thought dead. And they'll just go back to stuff until it sticks. And you never know what's going to be next. Because very often they'll just try something until it works. Okay, no. Should have gone over. I need to... Yeah, I need much better decision-making on that element in particular. I think I need to jump over it, overshoot, and then pull back. That's the only way we've really done it consistently previously. I keep running into that one. And, yeah, Megad, I only ever played the... Prime Hunter's demo on the demo cart that came with the DS at launch, but I did use the nub to try to play Mario 64 DS with the touchscreen, and got reasonably far with it too. And mice run fast, running pretty fast here with 49 viewers. Welcome from the Lethal Company party over there. Oh yeah, Electro Dude's in the room. He can do this for me. That's okay. And welcome everybody from Mice's stream. I hope you've been doing alright. That the company has not been too lethal. New mice emotes. Yeah, glad to see those as well. You played Spirit Tracks on the original DS. Yeah, I did as well, in fact. I was in a rather public place when I was playing Phantom Hourglass for the first time and encountered that bit early on where they try to encourage you to shout "cannon" into the mic. I excused myself to go to the toilet with the DS in hand to get past that bit. I remember specifically that happening. I wasn't interrupting anything critical. I was just like waiting for some kind of meeting or gathering or something like that. But I remember I sort of stepped out for a moment to do that. Yeah, speaking of the original DS microphone, like, you know, I remember playing the Yoshi game that came out in the first months of the DS, like the Yoshi Auto Runner game, where you used a stylus to draw clouds. Touch and Go, that's what it was. Yoshi's Touch and Go, and which was a really good, if by modern standards, very simple arcade survival game. Actually, like I enjoyed it a lot. But I remember, you know, somebody was watching me play it, and it just completely blew their mind the first time I cleared the clouds by blowing into the mic. Because until you see the interaction, you know, you don't necessarily even think about the DS as having a microphone. And because I remember that being a big moment with the device. I was expecting the blade to return. I misread the end of the track there. I don't think I even remember what Hey You Pikachu is, but I've never really kept up with Pokemon. Like, I'm a sort of once every 10-year Pokemon player. Like, whenever Nintendo announces Pokemon stuff, I always breathe a sigh of relief because I know that will be room in my schedule to do something else. I like it very much as a strategy game. I am not really interested in Pokemon as a collection game. And I have the same attitude towards collectible card games as well. This is why I fell off of Hearthstone. It's why I never really got so much into Magic the Gathering. The metagame, the mechanics, the strategy, all of that is very fascinating. Competitive is very interesting to at least think about and follow from an outside perspective. I just don't care about collection and team construction and all of that. It's just too much of grind attached, and so but it seems like, you know, it's the kind of one thing where I'm out of step with a lot of other Nintendo players who, you know, dip into a bit of everything. Everybody kind of has the series that they skip out on, I guess, and mine just happens to be Pokemon. And Derbyshire Visitor, you're saying collection worked very much out on Legends Arceus. Yeah, I know that there was the new Legends game that was announced as well for next year. Where I suppose, you know, that sub-series is a bit more focused on balancing around single-player RPG elements. I know nothing really about Pokemon Legends, but that's my impression. Then maybe you at least have a bit more of a focused design to work with. Wow, I can't believe I survived that. You got one of the rarest Pokemon possible. Hang on, let me do this jump first before I read that message. Inviolate. Okay, I see. Yeah, at that point, you know, if you have a really good collection that's worth preserving, you're just kind of in for life, but... Anyway, let me try to make it around here. I said very early on in this level I should really try not to fall into the trap of playing it on autopilot. I feel like I've been playing it on autopilot for some time. But that's okay. I mean, I shouldn't undersell that I do find this level extremely well designed in some ways. That, you know, not only the central element and the kind of versatility you get out of it, but that it feels so different on the way back just because of some of the changes that you experience along the way. It's also very conceptually clear right from the start what's going to happen. Especially once you understand that unstacking back and forth is the way to go. Mice run fast, you gotta run fast for the night, yeah. Enjoy, and thanks again for bringing your crew over. Okay, oh, no. Legends really felt like what Pokemon was meant to be, you're saying. And in terms of the collection element of filling the Pokédex, yeah. Yeah, maybe so. I feel like it's versatile enough a series, and the games are kind of big enough that everybody has the thing that they want to do with it. Even if it's just, I don't know, tidying up your Pokemon for the pet show or something. It's always interesting when certain kinds of games are just capacious enough to have basically multiple competing fan bases that have their own interests in what they want the series to be and derive completely different pleasures out of it. Mario Maker is arguably like that. I would say that Fire Emblem at this point is definitely like that. I think it's true of quite a few series that have just been around long enough to have a broad appeal on multiple vectors. I mean, I don't know if there's much civil war between different elements of the Pokemon fan base. I assume there is, but... best way to enjoy something in life, ignore the online fan base. This is a general rule of thumb. I don't count, you know, Twitch viewers and streamers in that so much as well, of course. I found that connecting with people through Mario Maker here has been an extremely pleasant experience, more often than not. But I mean, you know, the people who really get angry about stuff on forums and such. Best to stay away. And you're saying ignore Mario Maker 2 versus fan-based logic aside. I'm not entirely clear on what you mean, actually. I may just be misunderstanding. Okay, what? What's this? Yeah, I did not expect this level to just come... Oh, come out of here as a roadblock today, but... But yeah, we're over 2 hours into this one, and... It's going to get done. We just need to be cautious about it, and it's just a long consistency check, which is... You know, I always say this is the kind of difficulty we're fond of around here, and so we're going to commit to that. The Versus community is more than toxic. Yeah, I didn't know that actually, because my only exposure to Versus is occasionally watching Orator boo stuff whenever he doesn't win. And that's about the extent of my interaction with Versus. Whoops. Otherwise, I've had very little interaction with that side of the game, and part of it is because my network connectivity rather, was never good enough to play much of that mode anyhow. I think the, you know, kind of design principles that are valued there are in some ways very different from what most of my Maker experience is, so. Mice showed you some of the community interactions on his Twitter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and well, I mean, I think that's just a function of Twitter in general being like functionally a toxic place, and you can't even blame the Musk acquisition for that. Like, it was already bad, and that's what people don't realize about Twitter was that like it's bad in different ways now because some of the incentive structures have changed, but it was always bad. And people understate the extent to which it was already bad because a lot of power users were themselves benefactors of how things were like immediately pre-Musk, right? And it's structurally built into social media, right? Like it's completely independent of the subject area that you're in or the kind of community that you're a part of. It doesn't matter what your interest is, like it's the format itself that is inherently broken. Natcat with the dogged perseverance, I think we need a bit of a quick word about that. Oops. That was totally looking at chat death. That was totally looking at chat death. And that's alright. That happens. That happens a lot, in fact. It's funny because we actually did see a legitimately really interesting dog-themed level earlier in this stream. Because RagnarokX had this level just a few before this one that was all about synchronizing the barking dog sound effects with chain chomps to make it look, or rather sound, as though all the chain chomps sounded like dogs. And so yeah, that was a really interesting sound effect level that we saw just earlier in today's session. If you notice that I'm very close to the goal, make sure to say something very interesting in chat. Yeah, I know. And then we'll just have even more time to have that conversation, right? You're all reasonably interesting people most of the time. I mean... Yeah, for all the toxicity that you're describing about the versus community, I found that actually, you know, just sitting around and running Mario levels, particularly levels by good makers like here on Twitch, has been one of the better video game related experiences I've had generally, and certainly when it comes to any social element on the internet. Even with things like multiplayer games, I actually never do much of voice chat or anything, and I generally try to stay away from the social element of a lot of games if I can, even if they are multiplayer, unless, you know, some element of team coordination is absolutely required. But here, just, you know, kind of having level jams every now and then, and talking about design with people who clearly know what they're doing, and just getting to talk about games while playing a game. You know, it's actually, I find it very pleasant, and you know, Megad, given the character of your stream, I'm sure you find something very similar with that as well. That, you know, this is something that we do because it actually is fun in a very unique way that you aren't really going to experience the same way offline or solo. I mean, I probably wouldn't be playing as much Mario Maker as I do if I didn't have as many interactions as I do with people who are very dedicated to making. I wouldn't have stayed with the game nearly this long. We found a very convenient pattern for these circles this time. Like, oddly convenient, where I could go under on both passes only to die on something very simple. I think I was distracted by success there. We're just never going to have an attempt that good again on those two circular segments. Yeah, you're saying playing 1 to 3 YMM has been one of the most endearing and fun times you've had streaming in a while. I don't know how many makers you managed to get to show up and be present for that. Obviously, you know, a lot of people from Maker 1 have fallen off at this point, but yeah, I hope you enjoy the Super Discord Brothers series. There are several of them, as you probably know by now. I don't think I'll have time to do them myself, although I've done a lot of the individual levels from makers who contributed heavily. And yeah, the original 3 in that series were curated by Pink Birdo, I believe, and obviously quite a lot of overlap between that crew and the YMM contributors. And Electrodude, you're saying, bold of me to assume that you know what you're doing. Oh, well, I mean, that's my call to make. Right. I think, and it's not just true of level making, but it's true of most art forms. It's not always going to be clear to the creator what will go well, what will go over well, and what will turn out to be a successful creation. In fact, I think that's rarely the case. I think it's much more often the case that, you know, you are going to find yourself surprised by how well liked something is, or for that matter, how heavily criticized something is. But I think being surprised at something you thought was not particularly remarkable, being received very warmly, like that's in some ways a more memorable experience, where you think, wow, you read that into the work that I put together and caught all these details that I didn't actually come up with myself. That's remarkable. but in front of the right audience, that's the experience. And it's like that with any creative art form, I think, where it's sort of an experience in its own right to learn something from the audience response about your own work. I think that's one of the most satisfying parts of the process, really. It's just to have your attention drawn to things that you didn't know you put in, but which, regardless, you actually did put in. And, yeah, I mean, I got you're saying all those dopamine hits. Well, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if you have this where if you play enough video games over the course of your life, gradually you find that you almost become immunized to certain kinds of cheap pleasure responses in ways. Where you develop a certain kind of immunity in some ways, where you play enough video games to recognize how some things like incentive structures are set up, and then you're in some ways less susceptible to things like gambling mechanics and mobile shovelware or what have you. Whereas people who kind of don't have as much experience or design literacy in some ways are much more vulnerable to being caught by that. This is the furthest we've gotten, I think, in some time. This totally simple jump here, where, as you'll notice, because of a bit of a change in my height here, I can no longer go under that segment, and I do have to jump between the blades, whereas previously I snuck under that one, I think. But yeah, I find that I don't respond very much or very well to external incentive structures anymore in some ways, where I don't get excited about loot in loot games or things like that, and I don't really need to be chasing achievements blinking across the screen or whatever like some people do. I mean, I still definitely have a bit of a completionist impulse, but it's more for the intrinsic achievement rather than the stamp saying that I did it. And I think at least a large part of that comes from burning out on certain kinds of games that did require that, or did very heavily encourage it. Oh, the interaction from the chatters, I suppose so. And the, reading chat devs along the way. Yeah, that's what you mean by the kind of immediate response. But yeah, I mean, just even in pure level quality terms, I have gotten a lot more mileage out of Mario Maker than I would have otherwise. I'm playing much better levels than I would have otherwise if I had not known people through US submissions and recommendations and community projects, etc., that really fed me with good content. And sometimes I watch other people play Mario Maker, either Mario Maker, and people have different interests in this game, but sometimes I look at the levels that they're playing, particularly for viewer levels, and I realize, wow, I enjoy this game a lot more than you do. I'm playing much better stuff in this game than you do on a daily basis. And I mean, you play high quality levels as well, I know, and so I'm sure you sort of get that feeling as well, where like, wow, I'm actually really fortunate to know the people that I do in this game and be aware of their content. Whoops. Oh, why did I back up into that? That was careless. I can't believe I'm still on this. Anyway. I mean, this only has 2 clears historically for a reason, I guess. Like, it's very easy to underestimate. And like I said, I enjoy marathon levels, so... And yeah, people absolutely get turned off of Mario Maker because not only by what they're playing, but even just by what they're seeing. Like, it's very easy to sort of lose touch with us over time, but Mario Maker does have a reputation among a lot of the wider public of being all Kaizo and trolls, where people think they're either incapable of playing them or uninterested in playing them. And it is a very significant factor in, sort of deflating the potential user base. That it does come saddled with that reputation, and part of that is that these levels are also the ones that, by their very nature, command the most airtime on stream when they do come up. But from a sort of casual outsider perspective, it's very rarely what they have in mind as what they want out of the Mario Maker experience, unless, of course, they caught on to Mario Maker in the first place by way of, say, watching trolls on YouTube. Which is why occasionally you'll get these levels by, kids who think that if they just kind of make some vaguely unintuitive garbage and put hashtag DGR in their level description, then they'll be YouTube stars all of a sudden. And they don't understand that DGR, not to single him out, is in fact a fairly busy person. And that you don't just automatically get on his stream because of that, right? But clearly there's this entire base of like kids who get into Mario Maker that way, and while people who are thinking, oh, I just want more traditional Mario Maker, except maybe slightly more difficult, more thematic, like they get left out of the mix, particularly in Maker 2, because the culture around that has changed so much. And yeah, Drbashadvisor, glad you're enjoying Super Boom Boom World as well. And you're saying the most popular streamers and YouTubers just happen to almost exclusively play either garbage or trolls. Now, mind you, trolls are, like, they do have a very concrete appeal as a viewing experience, right? And as a backseat experience. I totally see where that's coming from. I totally see why people enjoy, watching Carl yell at stuff, even if they don't own the game themselves. But you can tell that it definitely has an influence on the public reputation of the game and who decides to pick it up and who decides to get into a making community and who doesn't. And very fortunately, the troll community in their own right is a very kind of robust subculture. And they're able to take care of themselves, basically. They've got a great deal of technical firepower behind them when it comes to understanding the game. But again, it's that sort of public image of Mario Maker where I think Mario Maker 2 has a big audience, but at the same time, it's an audience that maybe somewhat alarmingly hasn't actually grown that much from Mario Maker 1, in spite of the fact that 1 was on the Wii U. That relative to many other series, the bump from Wii U to Switch has not been as significant, and it tells me that in some ways that Mario Maker saturated a lot of its audience with the first game, and that you had a lot of people decide very quickly, okay, now that I've tried this out, I know Mario Maker's not for me, and they just kind of sit on the sidelines from that point on. I should probably not make heads or tails of which Super Boom Boom World level code Division Vista just posted while I'm trying to platform through this segment. That would be a bad idea. Because I'm looking at it and thinking, huh, that's really difficult to read without any dashes. And mentally inserting the dashes while reading the chat and parsing the level code of a different game that I'm not playing. Well, oh, that was a bad decision. I was thinking, do I go over? And then that was a bad jump. Oh, you're talking about Ikaken Fire with 20 million views on YouTube. I don't think I know that level either, actually. Oh yeah, you're saying that's not a Boom Boom World code. Yeah, no, because he was just talking about the bully earlier in chat. I totally lost track of the message. No, you're talking about Hikaken Fire, if I've pronounced it at all accurately. I have no idea what that is, in fact. Unless it's one of those, like, you know, 1-1 with a twist style levels or something. But yeah, I've definitely found for a long time that Maker 2 is really seriously missing somebody like Sea of Gaming specifically, who would be a really major public advocate for the engineering and design side of the game.